Make sure that we're sharing this live out with a handful of friends, guys. We are live for the day. We just spent around 50 minutes co-hosting with Parker, so we are probably going to cut this stream down by 30 minutes. So instead of being live for 4 hours today, we are going to be live for 3 hours and 30 minutes. Now, we are honestly just going to go ahead and hop straight into things. If you are watching and you are an American adult that supports Trump as president, go ahead and hop in that queue and we'll get you up here. But honestly, make sure to say what's good down below in that chat. I'm going to try to say hi to as many people as possible right now. What's going on, Aaliyah? What is up, Ava? What's up, Maddie? What's going on, Solar? What's going on, Vara? What's up, Sienna? What is going on, Tori? What is up, Super Dibble Bob? What is going on, Beth, Emma, Hannah? What is up, Safa? What is going on, Benjamin? Dora, short and sweet. Good to see you all. Also, everybody, we got a fresh cut. We finally did it. We finally got a fresh cut. It has been so long since my last haircut. I literally think it's been like 4 or 5 or 6 months. But, you know, I finally hit up my dude today. He got me in under an hour. We got out. We're looking clean. We're looking fresh. But let's go ahead and hop into those debates. And as soon as we do get our very first Trump supporter up here of the day, we will go ahead and hop straight in to the YouTube live as well. I'm actually going to go ahead and just pull that up now. So all I got to do is press a single button. And then we will go ahead and hop into the debates. Perfect. All right, let's go and get that very first guest up of the day. Hop in that queue if you happen to support Trump, and make sure that if you are in that queue, you are an American adult. Please follow the rules. That is very important for the stream. What is up? Do you support Trump?
Please don't ban me, Dean.
Dude, it's a farm sim fetus. You're banned. Moving on to the next guest. Let's go to get that next guest connected. We got Ben loading into the stream, y'all. Please follow the rules. We're looking for American adults that are MAGA, American adults that support Trump as president. What's up, Ben? And Ben is already gone. All right, Ben, that was a very quick turnaround time for you, my friend. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go, guys. If you want to skip that line and come right up onto the live, go ahead and just, put a Trump with your age down below in that comment section. It'll help you out. It'll definitely get you on the live quicker because honestly, the queue is just filled with fetuses, filled with trolls, so on and so forth. So I'm definitely always looking at that chat. Everyone in that chat is spamming, get pushed. What's up, Jefferson? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I'd say I do.
Okay, how do you?
It's Brandon.
21.
All right, Brandon.
I'm 24. How are you?
Brandon, I kicked you, my friend, just because you are driving. Feel free to hop back in that queue.
We ain't talking about Brandon here.
No, there was another guy that was on the stream.
Yeah, I know. We ain't talking about Brandon.
Okay, you're very controlling. I'm going to go ahead and start the stream.
Very.
I'm going to go ahead and start the stream on YouTube. If you would just hang out with us for 20 seconds while I do so, that'd be great.
Yeah, sure. No problem, man.
Awesome. Welcome in for everyone tuning in over on that YouTube live stream. It is so good to have you in here with us for the day. If you don't know what we do here, we basically just debate Trump supporters for around 4 hours or so, which is typically when I rage quit. We actually already have our very first Trump supporter loaded into the live, and we get the Trump supporters to talk to and to debate loaded up on TikTok. Now, the purpose of these streams isn't just to try to change the mind, but also to hopefully change the minds of those that are watching that maybe in the middle or just looking for more education. So let's go ahead and take that first conversation away. Mr. Angsty Trump supporter, feel free to unmute and tell us why you support who is, to be clear, in my mind, the worst president of either of our two lifetimes.
So do you think LeBron is cute? So I think LeBron's pretty cute.
So you're telling me that I wasted all this time doing my intro over on YouTube, starting the stream up, getting ramped up and hyped for a debate just to have you ask me if LeBron James is cute?
I'm pretty sure LeBron's pretty cute. Do you think LeBron's pretty cute?
Who did he vote for?
He voted for LeBron James.
No, he voted for Kamala Harris. Get pushed. No, also get off my live. We're going to move on to the next guest, bruh, because, we're looking for a debate. Can't believe I wasted all that time. Let's go to get that next guest, June, loaded up in here. Yo, Addison, thank you so much for the $5 over on Venmo, marking the very first donation of the stream, as well as Dust with the $10 on Super Chat saying, nice cut, G. Appreciate it. I think I'm looking pretty good. What's up, June? You support Trump? And June is already gone. Moving on to the next guest. Go to put a Trump with your age down below in that chat. We're going to get you loaded up here. Chat. What's up, Brandon? You support Trump?
I did. I do somewhat support Trump now, but not as much as I did in November.
You driving?
No, I'm not driving. I am in a vehicle, but I'm not the one controlling.
Can you please disconnect your phone from the car's Bluetooth?
Yeah, I got you.
While he's doing that, guys, just give us a second. Make sure that we're double tapping over on TikTok and dropping a like on YT. Brandon, take it away. Why the hell do you still support Trump today?
Necessarily, I would support him because I don't agree with a certain ideologies that are being pushed by the left. But more so, I came up here because I don't really want to debate you. I do think your haircut looks great. I wanted to say that I think it's very wrong what I'm seeing on my feed. I see people calling.
Oh, right. Unfortunately, man, I am going to have to kick you. I apologize for cutting you off in the middle of your sentence there. I understand that, like cutting somebody off and kicking them can be seen as disrespectful. And I do apologize. What the hell is going on TikTok? What? And I do apologize for that, but we are just looking for some debates with people that support Trump. Hey, what's up? Do you support Trump?
I do.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 19.
Awesome. What year were you born in?
2007.
Can you be 19 born in 07? I don't think so. You're lying about your age. Get pushed. Get out of here. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go, guys. Follow the rules so we don't have to do this day in and day out. Moving on. Yo, Anna, appreciate you for the $5 on Venmo saying you're awesome, Dean. Please don't stop what you're doing. I appreciate that, Anna. As well as Kimber. Thank you for the $25 on Venmo saying love the cut, Dean. And Madeline with a $5 saying get pushed. Love you, Dean, and the haircut. Appreciate you guys. Show some love to Anna, Kimber, and Madeline down below in that chat. What's going on, Mr. Alex? Do you support Trump as president?
Hello, can you hear me?
I sure can.
All right. So the thing is I don't really support him fully as a person, but I feel like the things that we're complaining about currently as Trump are not as bad as they would be under Kamala Harris.
Oh, okay. So you think if Harris had won the election, things would be worse off in America today?
Yeah, I think we would be complaining about worse things than we would be complaining right now about Trump.
I don't know. What's something that we would be complaining about that is worse than the president literally saying that the media is not allowed to criticize him?
Right. So here's the thing. I'm not saying he's a good guy, right? Because the thing when it comes to being a president is that they're human beings, right? Like humans are going to make mistakes. They're going to be dumb, right?
Yeah.
But the thing is that Trump already had a first term.
Putin's just a human
Trump already
being.
had a
Kim
first
Jong-un's
term.
just a human being.
Well, you know what I mean.
Like state-controlled media is just, a mistake.
Okay, but here's the deal. Under Trump's first term, the economy was great, right? So there was already that proof that Trump knew how to run the country. Now, how did Joe Biden run the country? It was horrible. Inflation was horrible. The economy was horrible, right? So why would you go with Kamala Harris, someone who has no proof, someone who has no past history of being able to run it? You're pretty much just taking her word, right? Why would you not go with Trump, who already had a successful first term and had the economy running great?
It was very generous of me to allow you to finish speaking there. I'll happily entertain that train of thought, but before we do, I want to finish off on that first point that you very quickly pivoted away from. Remember, the very first thing that you said when you joined the stream is that, well, if Kamala Harris had won the presidency, we would be complaining about things worse than the things that we are complaining about today. And once again, the thing that I'm complaining about today and millions of others of Americans are the fact that Donald Trump is silencing those that oppose him in the media, canceling Jimmy Kimmel's show, saying he wants to go for other people too, and saying on Air Force One yesterday that the media doesn't even have the legal right to oppose him. And I think that's crazy. That's a huge thing to be complaining about. So once again, my question is, what is something that Kamala Harris would be doing today if she had won the election that is worse than advocating for state-controlled media?
Okay, well, here's the thing. I can't tell you that because she's not president, but I do think that it would be worse than what we're currently complaining about with Trump.
Well, you're basically saying I can't tell you that it would be worse, but I do think that it'd be worse. So therefore you think this without any reason and you're engaging in an irrational train of thought. Okay,
so Joe Biden, for example, his term was horrible. So she was Joe Biden's vice president. So, I'm going to recognize the pattern and recognize the fact that their whole team isn't as good as
what's
Trump's
one bad policy that the
presidency.
Biden-Harris administration passed?
What was that, sorry?
What's one bad policy that the Biden-Harris administration passed?
One bad policy? I don't know. How about the $2 trillion COVID-19 you know what I'm trying to say? He pretty much signed a $2 trillion stimulus check for the whole country.
Oh, so the COVID bailout bill? The $2 trillion COVID bailout bill was actually Trump's. Theirs was $1.7 trillion.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah. So Donald Trump's COVID stimulus bill was 2.3 trillion. Meanwhile, theirs was 1.8. And if we actually look at the expenditure under the two administrations, Donald Trump in his first term spent $8.4 trillion. Meanwhile, they spent $4.6 trillion. And even if we account for all COVID expenditure, Donald Trump spent $4.8 trillion in non-COVID related expenditure. Meanwhile, they spent $2.3 trillion in non-COVID related expenditure. So if the big thing for you is going to be government policy and fiscal spending, guess what? You just told me that Biden was a significantly better president than Trump, and you are the one that made the association between Harris and Biden since she was his VP, meaning, in other words, you just reaffirmed my position that Harris would have been a better president than Trump, following your logic through your argumentation from your perspective.
So either my source, because I actually looked this up right before coming up on here, either my source is wrong or your source is wrong, right? Because like I literally looked this up. Trump was planning on spending way less. Like the reason inflation was so high under Biden's presidency is because he literally spent money recklessly.
Yeah, what's your source?
ChatGPT.
ChatGPT doesn't know how many letters there are in the word strawberry. What makes you think that ChatGPT is going to be better than the Committee on a Responsible Federal Budget at telling you the debt signed into law by Biden compared to that of Trump in his first term?
Okay, well, can I look up another source? I'm sure I could find it somewhere else.
Yeah, just go type in Biden versus Trump spending, Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget that is bipartisan, and you will see that he spent more.
How about how much did Trump spend on a COVID-19 stimulus, and then how much Biden spent?
Well, I mean, I think that you have a narrowed focus there by just looking at COVID stimulus. Of course, you will see that the numbers I gave you will be reaffirmed by the CRBF because that's where I got that information from. But I was more generally speaking about all the debt that was new and signed into law by Trump in his first 4 years and Biden in his 4 years.
Well, right. But the thing that I'm arguing is that the economy. So here's the thing, because I moved from France to America like late 2019, right? And the economy was beautiful. Like gas prices were really low. Like 60 eggs were $6. And then as COVID came along and Biden was the president, everything just skyrocketed. So I'm like looking at the pattern and I'm realizing that Trump had it under control compared to Biden. You know what I mean?
Are you
that's
sure?
not a
Because
stupid assumption to make.
Are you sure? Because if we just want to basically associate macroeconomic variables like unemployment, inflation, or GDP growth with the presidency, well, guess what? All of a sudden, you have to blame the highest level of unemployment in the last 100 years on Trump because it happened at the end of his first administration in April of 2020 at 14.8%. So in the same way, you're going to blame all the inflation that was caused by the pandemic that happened under Biden's term on Biden. Will you blame all of the unemployment that was caused by the pandemic that happened under Trump's term on Trump?
Didn't Trump have like a record low unemployment rate?
Actually,
3.5%?
Not compared to Biden, no, but I want you to directly respond to my question. In the same way, you are going to blame the inflation that was onset by the pandemic under Biden's term on Biden. Will you blame the unemployment onset by the pandemic under Trump on Trump? Okay. And the unemployment onset by the pandemic that I'm talking about here is going to be the 100-year record high level of unemployment that we saw in April of 2020 at 14.8%.
Yeah, I guess that's a fair thing to blame it on.
Okay. Well, all of a sudden, you just walked your way into saying that Donald Trump is the worst president that we have had for employment in this country since the Great Depression.
Listen, Dean, I'm not a diehard Trump fan. You gotta I'm just you have to pick your poison here. Like these politicians, I don't think they have our best interest at heart. We just have to pick whichever one's going to be the best option. Right? Like, I'm not a diehard Trump fan. Don't get me wrong, but I do
Trump
think
be the best option if he's the worst president for employment?
Because, dude, he had a first term.
Why would Donald Trump be the best option to run the country if he is the worst president for employment in this country since the Great Depression?
Why would he be the best? Because that's just like one statistic you're looking at. You're not taking into consideration all the other things.
What are all the other things?
Housing prices being low, gas prices, groceries
Housing,
being low.
housing prices. Who is the only candidate in the 2024 election to run on policy to reduce the pricing of houses?
You tell me, was it Joe Biden?
No, it was Kamala Harris. Donald Trump didn't run on any policy to reduce the pricing of houses. He still doesn't have it.
Right, but when the economy's low, the housing is going to be lower, isn't it?
I mean, that wasn't even a coherent sentence, but if you're just saying when the economy is low, so will housing, are you implying that Donald Trump is going to make the economy lower?
No, sorry, it's because I'm also doing something else at the same time. But if the economy is good, isn't the housing, the prices of houses going to be good, like relative to that?
I think that's a very vague statement. What is one thing Donald Trump has done in the last 8.5 months to make the pricing of houses lower?
Okay, well, here's the thing. Like, what he's doing right now, there's a lot of things I don't agree with. So his
That's not
term
what I
right
asked
now,
you, though.
what is he doing right now? Well, probably nothing, dude. I'm not like 100% following everything he's doing right now.
Then why
There's
would
a
you
lot
tell
of
me
things
that you support Trump because you think that he's good for the pricing of houses when he's done nothing to reduce the pricing of houses?
All I'm saying is I picked Trump over Kamala Harris because Trump had a good first term, right? Like looking at pretty much everything that I see in my day-to-day life, I was more comfortable under Trump's term than than Joe Biden's term.
What is one good thing that Donald Trump did in his first 4 years?
Dude, I was just more comfortable, bro. Like I'm a citizen, right? When I go put gas in my car, when I go buy eggs, when I go buy steak,
Did you know
these
that
are things that I see.
Did you know that I was also more comfortable in a lot of ways under Donald Trump's first term compared to Biden and Harris's? I was, and like a big reason for that was under Donald Trump's first term. For a lot of it, I was living under my parents' roofs and didn't have to my dad's roof, and I didn't have to spend my money on anything. But under the Biden and Harris administration, I became an adult, went to college, and had to start covering my own bills. Right. So, I mean, would we say here that therefore I should think that Donald Trump was a better president? Because in many ways, for a couple years during the end of his first administration, I was more comfortable. No? Okay,
No.
because we can't say that Donald Trump caused that. So if you want to attempt to argue here that Donald Trump has caused your comfortability under his first administration and Biden and Harris caused your uncomfortability under their administration, you have to be able to very clearly describe what they did to cause the comfortability or lack thereof. And that's just simply something that you cannot do. And as soon as you want to operate on the basis of your feelings and your emotions, devoid of fact, reason, or logic, and argue that your comfortability dictates the efficacy of a presidency, even if you don't know what said president is doing or not doing, you are just saying that your feelings are more important than the facts.
Well, they're not my feelings. They're just like they're just me looking at things the way that they are, right? If you're going to put gas in your car and it's cheaper under a certain presidency's term, you're going to be like more lenient towards that one than the one that made you more uncomfortable. Isn't that
once again, now you're presupposing that they made you more uncomfortable. You're presupposing that Biden increased the price of gas. When we look at the price of gas under his 4 years, sure, it went up, but that's not because he reduced the supply of oil. In fact, the Biden and Harris administration oversaw the largest amount of oil production in American history. But the reason we had higher prices is because Russia started their ethnic cleansing of Ukraine, and we, alongside every other country in NATO, sanctioned Russia and stopped buying their oil, so we had a lower total global oil supply. Did that have anything to do with the efficacy, results, or policy of the Biden-Harris administration? Not at all. So you cannot just baselessly assume that therefore Biden caused that, and that's what I'm arguing.
Right. Okay. Well, I guess that's fair. It's just that like I was living on my own, paying rent, and now I can barely afford to pay rent. Like everything's gone up drastically because of inflation.
You just keep on going back down to the same claim. You're saying my feelings, my feelings,
Okay.
my feelings, my feelings.
Well,
and then I respond one second, and then I respond to you. I'm like, here's the facts, here's the facts, here's the facts, and then you're okay, but like, okay, but my feelings, my feelings. Then I'm like, once again, the facts, and then you're like, well, my feelings, my feelings. I thought that I've already very clearly described to you a handful of times here how you can't just baselessly associate anything that happens in the country with the presidency unless you know what they did to cause it. You're like, watch this. Here's the mic. Tell me exactly what Biden and Harris did to make your rent more expensive.
Okay, dude, here's the thing. Like, you're a lot more educated in the matter. Okay, you come up on here every day and like debate people. I don't do this every day. I'm just telling you why I supported Trump at the time. Like, is my take that invalid? Like, can you not see why I would have picked Trump over like Kamala Harris. Plus, also take into account, like, there's another key
it would
thing.
be
Wait,
invalid for the reasons that I'm describing. Yeah.
Let me finish this point real quick. When you're picking a president, someone to represent your country, you want someone who is respectable, someone who is like, who can handle pressure, who doesn't fold under pressure. Now, you tell me, who do you think is more fit for the job?
Kamala Harris.
Just take
Kamala Harris, 110%.
And why so?
Because you just said it yourself. Let's operate off of your two values in which you think make somebody fit for the job of the presidency: respectability and an ability to not fold under pressure. Did we ever see Biden or Harris fold under pressure when the media was criticizing them, saying that the media isn't legally allowed to criticize them, like Donald Trump did yesterday on Air Force One? Nope.
Yeah,
Did we ever see?
That's fair.
And then even about respectability there, since when were grapists respectable?
Okay, yeah, no, that's a fair point, dude. The guy's not a freaking saint. You know what I mean? All I'm saying is, on his first term, didn't he like not start any major wars?
First and foremost, responding to the fact that I said, since when were grapists respectable, by arguing that he is not a saint. Are you a saint?
No, absolutely not.
So you're a grapist?
No.
So do you see how it's unfair
not.
to suggest that if you're not a grapist, therefore you're a saint? And there's probably a good medium between grapist and saint, good medium between Satan and Jesus.
Yeah, well, it's not black and white, obviously. You know
what I mean? You know what I mean? And then on the second point here, you're saying, well, I don't think that Donald Trump started any major wars. Well, no, he didn't in his first term. Neither did Biden or Harris.
Okay, yeah, but don't you think Joe Biden was like unfit to be president and that he was kind of being puppeted around? I mean, I'm not sure if you believe in like there being like a world.
I don't even understand why we're discussing Joe Biden. Like, that shouldn't have any relevance. That shouldn't have any relevance to why you support Trump as president. I mean, he didn't even inevitably run against him in the general election. But to answer your question, I think that he was significantly more fit than Trump and still is.
Okay, well, you have the right to your opinion. That's fair.
Well, I mean, feel free to debate it. That's why I'm here.
Well, dude, you're a lot more educated than I am. Like, when it comes to economics and all this stuff, I just came on here to tell you why I picked Donald Trump over Kamala Harris. That's it.
Okay.
Like,
well, is there anything else you want to go over today?
Feelings. Nah, man. Thanks for having me on here.
Yeah, you take care, bro. Yo, guys, stop spamming that in the chat. Dude, find anything else to spam in the chat. Find anything else to spam in the chat, y'all. Find anything else to spam in the chat besides that. Come on, guys. Feel free to spam get pushed. Feel free to spam anything except for that. Yeah, come on, y'all. We're going to move on to the next guest right now. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in here right now, y'all. If you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. No, come on, guys. No, that's even worse. That's even worse. Now I'm seeing people spam something new. That's even worse. Come on, y'all. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. If you happen to be in that queue, make sure it's because you are an American adult that supports Trump as president. We're going to move on to the next guest right now, as well as in the meantime, Julene, thank you so much for the $20 over on Super Chat. Julene says, thank you. I've learned so much from you. Hell yeah, Julene. I appreciate you for being here. And thank you for the $20. If y'all wouldn't mind showing some love to Julene down below in the chat, it'd sure mean the world to me. But let's go and get that next Trump supporter loaded up in here right now, as well as Megan. Thank you for the $10 on Venmo, saying thank you for all that you do. Thank you, Megan. As well as Lil Benny. What's going on? You support Trump?
Yes, sir.
Are you driving?
No, I'm in a vehicle, but I'm not the one operating the vehicle.
Okay. Is there any way that you could disconnect your phone from any like Bluetooth device, such as the vehicle itself, and maybe get the microphone of your phone a little bit closer to your mouth?
Does that sound better?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds a little bit better. Lil Benny, I'm going to go ahead and put you on mute for 30 seconds while I thank 3 more donors, and then I'm going to invite you to unmute, and I'll allow you to tell us why you support Trump. This will only take a second. I just got to thank Kaylee. Thank you so much for the $42 over on Venmo. Kaylee, that is so incredibly kind of you. Everybody, please show some love to Kaylee, spelled Kayli, down below in that chat. Kaylee says, use this for your presidential campaign. We need you, Dean. I don't know if I'll ever end up running for president. I might in the future. I guess we'll see, but I really do appreciate you for the $42. As well as Marcy, thank you for the $25 on Venmo, saying keep this up, man. You're amazing. Be proud. Thank you, Marcy. Then Wendy with a 10, Brinley with a 1. Thank you guys so much for the love. And Lil Benny, I'm going to go ahead and pass the mic to you now to tell us why you support Trump. And I invited you to unmute. I I don't know if he knows how to unmute. Sommer, thank you for the happy Friday. You should see a big old pop-up in the middle of your screen right now, Benny. If you just accept it, it'll unmute yourself. And if you don't see the pop-up, what I want you to do is click on your profile picture down there in the bottom right-hand corner. Then you will see a window open up. There will be an icon that looks like a microphone. Click on that icon and your mic will be back.
You got me.
There you go. Tell us why you support Trump.
Pretty much the biggest reason is the economy was booming a lot better than it was when the Joe Biden and Kamala Harris was in the office. I personally think that Donald Trump has done way better in that aspect over his first term and the last 8.5 months that he's been in the office.
That's very clearly incorrect. Right now, the feds are saying the annualized GDP growth rate is 1.4%. Last year, it was 2.5%. Every single economic variable is worse today than it was a year ago. Look at real fixed private investment in American manufacturing. It was booming a year ago. It's down and stagnant today. Look at inflation. It's up for everything. Look at unemployment. It is up. Look at long-term unemployment. It's the highest it's been since 2017. Unironically, like every single macroeconomic variable is worse today than it was under Biden and Harris, and your claim that the economy is doing better today is absolutely and unequivocally incorrect.
Well, you say all these things, but Trump's been in the office for the past 8.5 months. Can you not clearly see a change in everything in the United States?
We clearly have seen changes, and they've all been negative, such as the fact that
I don't know about that.
in Q1 of this year, our GDP literally went down. We had negative growth for the first time in years. In Q2 of this year, 52% of S&P 500 companies reported lower profit margins than they did in the recess of Q1, which is terrible. Long-term unemployment, high since 2017. Unemployment is up for the first time in 10 years. There's more unemployed Americans than there are open job opportunities. Everything is worse. And in fact, I would challenge you to name one single economic variable that is better today than it was a year ago.
Let me make this point real quick. You got to understand that Rome wasn't built in a day. Therefore, look who was running this country for the past 4 years before Trump got in office for his second term.
Well, now you're changing.
You can't change all this stuff overnight. You can't change all. You can't. Like I said, Rome wasn't built in a day.
You're changing your claim.
It's just as simple as it gets.
I don't have a short-term memory loss. Literally 2 minutes ago, you told us that things have gotten better in the last 8.5 months. And now that I've unequivocally demonstrated to you that that is false, now you're just saying that the Biden-Harris administration really fucked things up and Rome wasn't built in a day, so it might take Trump a while in order to rebound the economy. I swear to God, this is a completely and totally separate and, in fact, contradictory claim to what you first suggested by attempting to argue that things have gotten better.
Are you upset about that, or is that just the way you talk? I don't know.
That's just the way I talk, man. I apologize if I'm coming off rude or whatnot.
No, you ain't bothering me anything, I promise you. But, like I said, man, I'm not saying that you state that I completely swapped and turned around. Not what I'm saying, dude. I'm saying the past 8.5 months, things are getting better from what Joe Biden and Kamala Harris had whenever they were in the office. It's just, and it's only going to go up from here.
Name one thing that's gotten better.
The economy, dude. Do you not see it?
Name one macroeconomic variable that's gotten better.
Dude, I don't know. I'm not going into all these macro. I don't even know what the hell that is.
When I say macroeconomic variable, I just mean like one economic fact. Like think like unemployment, inflation, GDP growth.
Those things still might be down.
Right, so
because of what we had in office the past 4 years.
So name one of those economic facts that is better that has gotten better in the last 8 months.
Like I said, dude, the economy, and from
that's not specific, man. It's vague.
The civilians' eyes, the person that are out here working 50 or 60 hours a week.
That's just. So
I don't know.
vague.
You may do social media full time, but I don't think you've probably ever worked a blue collar job or something like that. But the blue collar industry has seen a tremendous turnaround whenever it comes to Trump and Biden. They're two different administrations.
Quickly, could you have your driver say hi real quick? I just want to ensure that you're not the one that's driving.
Yeah, well, I am driving, and I hope you have a great day.
Dude, he lied. Bro, I need to stop taking the Trump supporters' word for it. I need to stop taking their word for it, bro. We're going to move on to Dale. I need to stop taking their word for it, dude. Come on, man. Come on, man. Don't do that to me. Don't do that to me. Like you make like me culpable of like you getting an accident. You know what I mean? Like all of a sudden it's a really bad look for me. Right? So like please don't lie to me. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. How old are you?
How old am I?
Yeah.
18.
Okay, what year were you born in, Dale?
2007.
2007? I don't know. You said that kind of iffy. What month in 2007?
My girl wants to take a picture. That's why.
Girl wants to take a picture. Unfortunately, I think that means you're not here to debate, so I am going to move on. But Dale, I hope you and your girlfriend have a good rest of your day. As well as, let's see here, super duper. What's up, man? You support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, how old are you?
18.
Okay, what year were you born in?
2007.
Care Bear, appreciate you for that Maple Bear. That's very kind of you. 2007, what month?
March.
Okay. All right, you will be 18. Let me go ahead and thank 4 people here, then we'll hop into our debate. Thank you so much, Katie, for the $10 over on Venmo, saying the haircut is fire. Appreciate that, Katie. I think it's looking good. Thank you for the $10. That is very, very kind of you. Show some love to Katie down below. As well as another Katie with the $10 on PayPal, saying, hey, Dean, they can never defend Trump without pointing at someone else. Yup. As well as Andrew. Thank you so very, very much for the $50 donation over on PayPal, Andrew. That is so very kind of you. Andrew with a 50 big one. Show some love to him down below in that chat. Says, keep it going, kid. I'm impressed with your capability to actually debate. Well done. Thank you, sir. That is so incredibly very, very kind of you. Thank you so much for the love, Andrew. Thank you so much. As well as Michael White, once again, back on YouTube with another $50 super chat. Thank you, Michael. Michael says, and I quote, without facts, you can't have truth. Without truth, you can't have trust. And without all three, we have no shared reality. Democracy as we know it. And all meaningful human endeavors are dead. That is such a fucking powerful, base, true quote, Michael. You are awesome. Thank you for that quote and for the $50, as well as E. Thank you so much for the $10 on Super Chat, saying Dean is stun locking these clowns. Yeah, let's fucking go, E. Go ahead and take it away. Tell us why you support Trump, man. Well, he actually left. I guess he got a little bit impatient. Moving on to the next guest. I really wanted to talk to him. He seemed kind of interesting. I'm going to be honest, but we're going to move on to the next guest, Braden. And if you happen to be one of the people watching, if you want to support me, support what we do here, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio. But yeah, we're going to go and load up that next guest at this point. Please make sure if you happen to be in that queue that you are an American adult that supports Trump. What is up? Are you MAGA?
No,
I do apologize for removing you from the stream, but we are just looking to talk to Trump supporters. I do wish that you have an awesome rest of your day, though. What's up, man? You support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 23.
All right. I believe you. Why the hell do you support Donald Trump as president?
Probably, honestly, there's a couple different reasons why I support him. But if I was to pick a reason to debate about, is probably just because of how he changed, made it like an executive order that there's only 2 genders. I think that's pretty sick to me.
So you'll ignore the fact that Donald Trump wants state-controlled media and said yesterday that the media is not allowed to criticize him because he passed an EO saying that there's 2 genders. You will ignore him reducing the purchasing power of 150 million Americans and taking healthcare away from 10 million Americans because he passed an EO saying there's only 2 genders. You'll ignore the felonies, you'll ignore the fact he was held civilly liable for rape, and you'll ignore the 30,000 lies and attempted a rigged election in 2020 because he passed an EO saying that there's only 2 genders. And the funny thing about that EO is, in accordance with that EO, there's not 2 genders, there's only 1. Everyone is a female in the eyes of that EO. As the EO says, that personhood or sex starts at the moment of conception, predicated on the size of the sex gametes. However, we only have differentiated sex at 6 to 7 weeks to do the activation or inactivation of the SRY gene. So pretty
much when your body changes from XX to XY.
That's when you start to develop into a male, if you are a male, is at 6 to 7 weeks with the activation of the SRY gene.
Okay. No, but pretty much I wouldn't say I'm ignoring those points, but really just to me, because I'm a Christian, I'm a firm believer in the Bible. I think that it's laid out in the Old Testament, the New Testament, that there are only 2 genders, but I don't judge people for being transgender. That's where the guy loses me. But I do think that like there's positions in this country to where like for the military, for example, like people just like, I don't know, like I'm not gonna make a general rationalization and say like all transgender people that are in the military are trying to get like the benefits from it. But like at the same time, I feel like that's pretty common.
Okay. So people work jobs for the benefits that the job gives them. And this isn't going, like, A, this isn't why everyone is in the military, but B, this can be an incentive for many individuals that serve in the military, trans or cis. You know, like, for instance, one of my buddies went and is now serving in the Marines because, you know, he wants to be able to go to university for free once he's out. That's kind of a thing that a lot of people do. Now,
but what's it called?
Now, if you're specifically saying that you don't think that trans individuals should be able to serve in the military because some of them may require, you know, like healthcare needs while in the military, are you saying that you shouldn't be able to serve in the military if you wear glasses, since that would be covered by the VA? Are you saying that you shouldn't be able to serve in the military if you need an inhaler because that might be covered by the VA? You shouldn't be able to serve in the military if you need like very low dosage of like anxiety medication, since that would be covered by the VA?
No, I'm just saying pretty much that it shouldn't be the taxpayer's burden to pay for stuff like that, like gender affirming care and like gender dysphoria, like stuff like that. Like that's more of like a mental illness instead of like paying for like transitioning.
I'm not gonna lie. I don't think that I could continue to have this conversation with you because of TikTok TOS. It is gonna flag this as hate speech. You're gonna get your account banned, and I'll get a flag on my live if I allow you to continue to stay up here. But I think because of the way that you said that sentence, we should be in the clear, and I don't have to automatically remove you. If I automatically remove you, then I won't get the flag.
Okay.
You will. But
okay,
here, we're gonna talk very vaguely about this next thing. Can you name one institution of medicine or science that considers that to be a mental illness?
What, gender dysphoria?
Being T.
Well, I mean, I think throughout history, like,
can you or not?
I think isn't the I can't remember the exact like governmental name, but like the not world. I honestly can't, bro. You're right. I can't.
Yeah,
well, you got me there. You're right.
The World Health Organization, the American Psychiatric Association, the American Medical Association.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
The Endocrine Society, the British Psychological Society, the Royal College of Psychiatrics, the Canadian Psychological Association, the Australian Psychological Society, the European Society for Sexual Medicine, the American Academy of Pediatrics, the American Academy of Family Physicians, the American Counseling Association, and the American Public Health Association all unanimously agree that it's not a mental illness.
Okay, well, I guess I could see where you're coming from. That's pretty good laid out facts. Yeah, I can't really argue with that.
So do you have any other reasons why you support Trump as president outside of like having hate in your heart towards less than 1% of the American population?
I wouldn't say hate because like I said, I'm a Christian, so I love everybody. Like what's it called? In John, it says, "Who am I to judge when I myself walk as an imperfect man?" I just feel like people. Judging. But what's it called? How is it judged? I think we're at like an impasse right there. But
no, you literally said that we should take their rights away. Dude.
How is it taking their rights away? It's just putting
the right to serve in the military. That is a right.
No, I mean, not really. It's just like it's like a job. It's like any job. It's like a job with prejudice. There's like obviously there's some people that are going to be more acclimated to do those jobs. But I was trying to digress though. My bad.
I don't even understand what you just said, but is there any other reasons why you support Trump?
Yeah, immigration.
Okay, what about immigration?
Just like, well, I kind of don't really support like mass operations of like ICE going into places and causing like civil like discord and stuff. Like I feel like there could be better ways to go about like doing it because like under like Obama and like other Democratic presidents, they had pretty high numbers of deportations, but it didn't like happen like as much as the media is portraying because they went about it a different way. But at the same time, I think that it's something that needs to be done, and that's just how like this administration is going about it.
So if I had to condense everything that you just said down to one sentence, you're telling me that you support Trump because of his mass deportation. Can you name one positive outcome of mass deportation on American society?
Yeah, it should improve what's it called? It should improve economic factors because it's taking people who are doing a job for less than what they should be doing it for and giving it to people say, oh, they're not going to do it because they don't get paid enough. That's a problem from the employer, not the employee.
Okay. So undocumented immigrants, legally speaking, still have to be paid minimum wage, but you just said that they are not being paid livable wages. So you just said that minimum wage is not a livable wage. Trump's administration said verbally that they do not want to increase the minimum wage, meaning that you affirm that your president does not want people to earn livable wages. And now to respond to the second part of that, you told us that mass deportation would make the economy better. That couldn't be more incorrect. The American Immigration Council tells us that if we were to remove all undocumented immigrants from America tomorrow, that the GDP would actually go down by 1.1 trillion through 1.7 trillion dollars per year. There's 8.3 million undocumented immigrants working. They're more likely to actively participate in the workforce than citizens, since more of them are of working ages. And there's also 11 million of them consuming. So if you remove them all, well, then we have less workers to produce goods for American companies, and we have less people to buy goods from American companies, which means that our producers become less effective, less efficient, produce and sell less goods. The economy will be downsized, and everyone will hurt. So your argument there is invalid.
No, that's it. That's a very short term outcome of mass deportations, but it's just like tariffs. Tariffs are supposed to happen to stimulate the economy and force people to come back to America and support America. So yeah, of course, if you take millions and millions of people from the workforce, obviously, like the capital isn't going to be there because that's less people. But what's it called? But it does boost people making a livable wage, and the economy will like, what's it called, fluctuate and become normal. But obviously there's going to be very short-term effects where it downsizes. But that's just what's it called? That's pretty common.
Yeah, that's not short term. It's permanent. Because you're permanently excluding all undocumented immigrants from the consumer base, meaning that you're permanently limiting the purchasing power of the consumer base to buy goods from American companies. It's not short term, it's forever. And if you're concerned about increasing wages, well, then you shouldn't support mass deportation at all, because you should instead support mass amnesty, which will offer undocumented immigrants a pathway to residency or citizenship, meaning they'll have more bargaining power and will get higher wages from their employers.
But they're the people coming to America. Why? Like, they're at our whim. What kind of bargaining power do they have? They're coming to try to make a life in America. I don't understand. Like it's like someone coming to your door and being like, "Hey, bro, can I live here?" Like, just coming in. No, you can't.
That sentence literally made no sense.
That doesn't make sense.
That sentence didn't make sense. Nothing that you said in that last sentence indicated anything
mass amnesty doesn't make sense.
About why my argument for mass amnesty and its economic impacts would be true. You literally just said it didn't make sense.
It's a theoretical problem.
If it doesn't make any sense to you, maybe I could re-describe it. So, like, maybe let's go over it. Stop interrupting me. Let's go over it this way.
Okay, I got you.
So you said undocumented immigrants get lower wages than citizens, right?
Yeah, I would say generally. Okay. I wouldn't say all the time, but generally. Why?
Yeah.
Probably because employers aren't like, well, if they don't have a social security number and they have to be paid like under the table, because I work with a lot of undocumented people. I know they don't pay taxes. I do. I'm a blue collar worker.
Okay, I'm going to cut you off there because even undocumented immigrants that work over the table get lower wages on average. So that's not the reason why. Try again.
Okay, so what's it called? But didn't you say that what's it called? That they don't get paid the same?
Yeah, I did say that. I agree with you. We're just now trying to figure out why they get paid less on average. So do you know why, or do you want me to tell you?
No, can you tell me why, please?
Yeah, it's because they have less bargaining power. The more bargaining power you hold against your employer, the better benefits you could get from your employer, including higher wages. That's why unions exist. If you look at an industry and you look at individuals that work in said industry that are unionized compared to those that are not unionized, those that are unionized will get higher wages on average because the union gives them more individual bargaining power. Now, this same concept is true of undocumented immigrants. They have less bargaining power because they don't have long-term survivability in the market because they're under the threat of being removed from the market via deportation. They have less bargaining power because their employer could call ICE on them. They have less bargaining power because they don't qualify for federal benefits, so if they don't have a job, they could literally starve to death and our government may do nothing about it. And these are all things that indicate why they get lower wages on average. But we could fix these things and give them more bargaining power by literally giving them residency or citizenship. All of a sudden, they have long-term survivability in the market. All of a sudden, their employer couldn't just get them deported. All of a sudden, they would qualify for benefits if they're in poverty. And they would have just as much bargaining power as any other resident or citizen, meaning they would get higher wages on average, meaning real median wages in the American industries would go up, which would be a positive thing. And that is just one of the many reasons why you should support mass amnesty.
Dang, that actually makes a lot of sense, bro. The way you described it, that does make a lot of sense. I can't really argue with that. The way you explained it, bro, that does make a lot of sense.
Awesome, man. It does. No, I'm going to be honest. I think it makes a lot of sense too.
Yeah, what's it called? Yeah, because, I work with a lot of union people. So, making that comparison, that does make a lot of sense. Because I see the bargaining power that unions have. So,
right, yeah.
That does make a lot of sense.
Yeah, man. Well, okay. I appreciate you for coming up and having a conversation with me, and I hope you have a good rest of your day, bro.
Hey, you too, bro. God bless.
Yeah, let's go and move on to that next guest. Hop in that queue, view Sport Trump. We're going to get you loaded up into the stream. Change in one mind at a time. Yo, Jonah, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Appreciate that, Jonah. Jonah with a 20 says, hope you're well, Dean. Did you know about the gold Trump statue holding his Bitcoin that the admin put in front of the Capitol? Done before the Fed made its decision. Thank you for the stream. I think I saw a picture of a golden Trump statue like in the National Mall in DC today. I saw that this morning. Dude, like, it's just so like, so terrible. Like, what the hell are they doing? As well as Mig, thank you so much for the $10 over on Super Chat, saying thank you for changing my life and all the things that you do. I'm inspired by you, and I participate in debates myself. Let's go, Mig. Hell yeah. Show some love to MIG Mig down below in that comment section. What's going on, new guest? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do, brother.
Okay. You sound British. What time is it?
I'm not British, brother.
What time is it?
It is 5:12 right now.
Ooh, what state are you in?
I am in North Carolina.
Name 3 cities in North Carolina.
3 cities? So you got, God.
You don't really sound British anymore. I don't know what happened to it. You know what? I'll just believe you. How old are you?
I'm sadly 14, but I have.
Sorry, bro. Gotta be at least 18 to be on this stream. I should ask that sooner. Let's go to move on to the next guest. We got John loading up. Abby! Yo, dude, Abby, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Abby, that is so very kind of you. Abby with the $20 says, love watching you. Thank you, Abby. That is so very kind of you. Let's get 200 Abby W's for the $20 donation over on Venmo. Thank you so much. Very, very kind of you. As well as Kat, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo as well. Thank you. Then we're going to move on to the next guest right now. Hop in that queue, View Sport.
Yes, sir. How are you, Dean?
I'm doing fantastic. How old are you?
I'm 20.
20. All right, let me thank 3 people here. As well as Kenneth. Good to see you, man. Thank you for the $30 over on PayPal. Kenneth with a 30 bomb says, a fresh haircut. Great to see you and Parker back in action. Yeah, man, I'm really happy that Parker's back. I'm really happy that he's back. And also, I'm happy that he's happy. You know what I mean? I care a lot about that guy. I'm glad to see that he's doing better. As well as Chelsea. Bro, what is going on today? Chelsea, thank you for the $50 donation over on Venmo. Thank you so much. That is so kind of you, Chelsea. Let's get 500 Chelsea W's down below. Chelsea says, you change more than one mind at a time. Your bravery and persistence matters. Thank you for what you do. Well, thank you for being here. Thank you for enjoying the stream, and thank you for the love. That is insane. As well as Courtney and Adam, both with the $5 on Venmo, and another Adam with the 10. Thank you so much. Go ahead and take it away, man. Tell us why you support Trump.
Well, I want to say that I support Trump because I think that if we were living in an America right now ran by the Kamala Harris administration, we would be seeing a whole lot more bad things, and we would have a lot more bad things to talk about right now. But we don't because we're under Trump. So we're talking about the economy growing, the economy coming back up from a bad place. And yes, things are down, things look bad, but it's like that guy in the live before said, it's about growth and it's about where it's going in the future.
You just contradicted yourself. You said that the economy is growing, but the economy is down, which would imply that it's not growing.
Well, the economy is growing, though.
So then why did you say that it's down?
It's down in comparison to what you said before, like a year ago.
So then it's not growing.
It is growing. If you look from 8 months ago to right now, it is growing.
Are you saying that it's still growing, but the rate at which it is growing is down? Is that what you're saying? That's a way to.
I'm saying that 8 months ago, the economy was down more than it is right now. The economy is growing, and so is employment. You saying that unemployment isn't going up?
Wait. Okay, so I tried to give you like an easy out there to say like the economy is still growing, but like the rate of growth is down from what it was a year ago. Like that would have been a way to make your view here non-contradictory. But you just reaffirmed that your view is contradictory because now you're suggesting that the economy is growing, but yet it's also down to what it was 8 months ago. But 8 months ago is down to what it is today. Like that's just complete gibberish.
Do you have that statistic up in front of you? I don't.
Well, like what fact of the economy, what statistic are you looking for? Like if you're looking for a statistic about GDP growth, sure, the Federal Reserve tells us the annualized rate of growth this year is 1.4%. Meanwhile, last year is 2.5. And also just more generally, you told us that if Kamala Harris had won the presidency, we would be, worrying about many other things than what we are today. And many millions of other Americans are really worried about Donald Trump's totalitarianism and the fact that he doesn't want to be a president that follows the rules. He wants to be an all-powerful leader that sets them, most notably yesterday saying that the media doesn't have the legal ability to criticize him. Would we be worrying about anything worse than a totalitarian Putin-esque wannabe dictator if Kamala Harris was serving as our president today?
Well, I can tell you what I'm specifically, referencing in my beliefs. I believe that if Kamala Harris was the president right now, there would be still an influx of, immigrants coming into the country illegally, which Trump is very stern about, which is something I think is a very important.
I would say that Donald Trump's threat to free speech is significantly worse to America than undocumented immigrants.
I think that the thing with Jimmy Kimmel. Listen, the last couple of days I've been saying that it doesn't look good, and if something doesn't look good,
hey man, I had to cut you off, Parker. Welcome in. For everybody watching, I'm gonna go use a restroom. I'm gonna be back.
Parker.
I'm gonna be back in like literally 45 seconds. Everybody, Mr. P Dog down here, Mr. Parker's gonna take over. I will see you all like in like literally 45 seconds. BRB, y'all. BRB.
So Trent, do you agree with me that Donald Trump undermines the First Amendment to a greater degree?
I can tell you that I think Donald Trump is a little egotistical and he might have had his feelings hurt by what Jimmy Kimmel said. But I do not think that was the driving force of why his show was canceled. I think that Trump isn't being exactly...
That's actually not the specific example that I'm using. I think that he's undermining it by calling for people to be put in prison for a year for burning the American flag. That would be a perfect example to provide how he's undermining the First Amendment.
Yeah, I'll agree with you on that. I'll agree with you that you should be able to do whatever you want. I should be able to burn and say and do whatever I want, and I should not be imprisoned or in jail for it. I agree with you on that. But I don't think people are being jailed for saying anything. I don't think that's happened, and I don't think that's going to happen because that is completely against the First Amendment. It's a conversation piece, right? It's something you guys are using as, well, this would be bad and this would be bad. And you're right, it would be if that was ever going to happen. But it's not. And we can both rationally say that's not ever going to happen.
Well, for an example, Mahmoud Khalil was detained without due process for saying free Palestine. So that is actively undermining people's free speech. Plus, they've been trying to revoke people's visas, right, and legal basis in the country because of what they say and because of what they believe.
I'll tell you, I don't know who that person is. I don't know about that story, but I've been hearing a lot about that, right? A lot about that with ICE and stuff. People are getting arrested and scooped up and getting sent out of here without their true court processing and without a true trial. And do you think that everybody that's here illegally deserves to sit through a court process and decide whether they're criminal enough or not to stay here and get sent back to where their country of origin is?
What did you say? What enough to get?
Do you think that they deserve to sit in court for months on months deciding if they're a criminal enough to get sent back to their country or if they deserve citizenship?
Yeah, of course. I believe that there should be due process for everyone within the country as granted by the Constitution.
I agree with you if they're trying to come into here illegally first. I don't think anyone has the right if they came here by breaking the law. I think it's black and white in that sense.
Well, then here's my thing. Then it would make sense then for them to come to the country through the process undocumented, because it is the case that that it takes too long to go through the process legally. Because essentially what you're arguing is that
I really want to go to Japan, but it takes a long time to get a visa. I'm not going to break into Japan because it takes a long time to get there.
Hold up. Essentially, the point you're making is that it's justified for Donald Trump to go through an illegal process of deporting someone because it is the case that it would take too long for them to go through the legal process. So if you think that's justified, well, then you think undocumented immigrants coming into the country is justified on the very same set of reasoning.
Well, I'll tell you that I didn't say that, and I don't believe that it's justified for anybody to do anything illegal.
Trump was saying that at least.
Well, I think what Trump is saying is that if you came here illegally, you committed a crime, and you're going to either be put in jail for it or you're going to get sent back to the country where you came from.
But how do you know they've committed a crime without due process?
Because they're here and they're not citizens. That's against the law.
But that you determine that through due process, right? Because I could claim you're here undocumented or Dean is here undocumented.
I have a social security card. I have an ID. I have multiple things that prove I've been here.
Well, but we would determine that through due process. If we never use due process, the same sort of context could exist there, where
I
we
would
could
get arrested, I
due
would get
process.
detained, and I would get taken to the place where all these illegal immigrants are being taken, where their slight due process does happen, and they're checked and documented, and they are proven to
So
not.
then you're saying that they should get some level of due process.
But we're not going to have them go sit in a court and have a whole trial for people that have already committed a crime, and that's a knowing thing. I mean, that's ridiculous.
Why? Because it takes too long? That's the legal process, though.
There's millions of people. You're talking about millions of court cases here.
Wait, so it takes too long?
It doesn't take too long. It would be. It doesn't matter. No matter what we're talking about is people who have committed a crime.
Do you think that undocumented immigrants have constitutional rights?
I don't think an American citizen has constitutional rights, no.
Okay, so only citizens have constitutional rights?
If you are born under the Constitution, you follow the Constitution. People that break
You're not
here
answering my question.
I did just answer your question.
No. Do only citizens have constitutional rights? Yes or no?
Yes. If you are a legal citizen, you have constitutional rights. Only.
Awesome.
Yes.
So then this just tells me that you are going to be pro-choice all 9 months in all 50 states, since you become a citizen at birth, which is when you get a birth certificate and a social security number, meaning that you're not a citizen prior to birth, meaning that you don't have any constitutional rights,
I'm not a
meaning
citizen
that you
prior
don't
to
have
birth.
any
That's
legal
completely
protections,
blasphemy statement.
meaning that
I'm
because
dead. I don't
fetuses don't have
exist
any
before
legal
birth.
protections, it is the case that there would be no legal standard to kill them and to get an abortion, meaning that you think that killing fetuses and getting abortion should be legal all 9 months for all women and girls in all 50 states?
Sorry, my microphone thing got turned off. I don't believe that abortion is this baby killing awful thing. I believe that the more you divert and the more you divide people on abortion, the more people are going to illegally do it and kill themselves and their baby. And listen, I think that if you don't want to have abortions, don't have them then. I'm a true believer, and honestly, I am pro-choice. If you want it, go get it. I don't want you raising a baby that's going to have an awful life, and you know.
Wow, I really wasn't expecting that from you, Trent. So
exactly.
Maybe there's another way.
But I just want to say that there is a huge
another
wave of young people like me that feel the exact same way. And I'm telling you that the wave is going to change, and that we're all going to come together.
So I'm just now going to refute your argument another way. You said that only citizens have constitutional rights. What are the first 4 words of the 14th Amendment?
I don't know.
All people are the first
right.
two, right?
Okay.
So the constitutionally,
what are the first 4 though? You said first 4. All people what?
All people are naturalized citizens or naturalized citizens.
Okay.
Right. So it is a case that the Constitution explicitly says that all people in America, regardless of citizenship, have constitutional protections, explicitly under the 14th, which would be the amendment of our Constitution, which would include due process.
Sorry, say that again. I'm sorry. Repeat the last part one more time.
The Constitution explicitly says that all people, not just citizens, have constitutional protections.
Well, I don't have the Constitution in front of me, but I'll take your word for it. But I'll tell you in my gut, I think that's not true. I disagree with you on that.
Yeah, just go on pause, type in 14th Amendment, read the first 4 words, and come back. It'll take you 20 seconds.
No, I believe you. I believe you what the first 4 words are.
All right, Dean, I'm going to get going. Right. Bye, everyone. Have a good live. Have a good live.
Appreciate you for coming up, as well as Jack. Thank you so much for the flying jets. Thank you so much, Jack. As well as Quickly. Thank you so much, Days, for the $5 over at PayPal. Haley with the $5. Haley says, Dean, you're awesome. Stay awesome. Thank you, Haley. And then also, let me thank Adam real quick with another $25. Bro, Adam, I swear to God, you don't got to keep on donating. Donnie, if you hop in the queue, I'll happily bring you up here, but you don't have to keep on donating. But I do really appreciate you for the $25, man. As well as Mila, thank you so much much for the $10 on Venmo, saying you genuinely give me hope for this country. Well, Milo, I'm happy. I'm happy that I do. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the $10. As well as Caleb with a $25 saying, glad to see that you're back. Thank you for doing what you do and keep up the great work. Thank you, Caleb. Show some love to Caleb down below. And then Sarah, Sara, thank you so much with a $50 donation on Venmo. Sarah, thank you. Thank you so much. Saying it baffles my mind these people start their conversations with, okay, I'm not that educated on this topic. Dude, we get that a lot. I mean, like, it's good that they have like intellectual humility in some senses, but it is like still crazy. You know, like we should all be more educated on these things. But thank you, Sarah. Let's see 500 Sarah W's down below, as well as 200 Abby W's, ABBEY with the $20 on Venmo too, saying just thank you. That's all. Well, thank you. And then, dude, holy shit, you guys are popping the fuck off today. Also, fucking Lauren, thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Seriously, you guys are going crazy today. Thank you for all the love. Lauren with a 50 says, I always look forward to ending my workday with watching you debate. Thank you for what you do, Dean. Much love. I'm really happy that you're here. I'm really happy that you enjoy this stream, and thank you so much for the $50 donation. I do not deserve that shit. That is so incredibly kind of you. And then Jennifer with the $15 and Maddie with the $10 over on Venmo. Thank you guys so very, very much. And Adriana with the with the $26 over on PayPal, as well as Adriana. I did read your message there. Thank you so much for the love, and thank you for that was a really loud gift. Gare Bear, thank you so much for whatever that gift was. Show some love to Gare Bear down below in the chat. Thank you, Gare Bear. And then Gatto, thank you for the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Tomorrow with the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you both so very much. And then Wrestling and Talk Discussion with the Level Ship over on TikTok. Go ahead and continue.
I need to get out of here. I got to go take my dog to the vet. I just want to say one last thing. Like I said, I'm not like some casual conservative, but I think that there's a lot of people like me, and I think there's a lot of people that are going to grow up in the next 20 years and decide that this left and right thing is kind of a construct built to keep us divided. I think me and you agree on a lot more stuff than we'd like to admit, Dean. And I think that that realism and that humility is what will grow America into being a great nation. And I hope that one day when we and you are both 40 years old, we're on some debate stage talking about what's really going to make America great again. Not.
Well, listen, man. Like, even if like, I bet a lot of people can accept that you were right there. Like, there's a lot of like constructs in society that are like intended to exist to keep people divided to like prevent class consciousness, right? I think that like right or left, we need to wake the fuck up and realize that there's an issue that nobody talks about, that nobody like really realizes, that being such like large wealth disparities and inequities there. But that doesn't change the fact that still yet the issues that we are divided on are important, are meaningful, and do meaningfully impact people's lives in very negative ways, which is why we need to have discourse on these things. But yeah, I just think that two things could be true there at once. But you have a good rest of your day, Trent. We're going to move on to the next guest, as well as SOL. Thank you for the Interstellar over on TikTok. That's one of my favorite gifts. I also just want to put this one out there. You guys have been so very kind today with all of the love, regardless if it's on Super Chat, TikTok gifts, Venmo, and PayPal. I just wanted to real quick just thank everybody that has been supporting it. Seriously, really does mean a lot. As well as thank you for the Galaxy. Let's go to move on to that. What the fuck? Dude! Jack. Thank you. Thank you so much for the lion over on TikTok. Dude, everybody over on YouTube right now is like so confused because they hear the sounds of these gifts, but they can't see them. Jack, thank you so very much, man, for the goddamn lion. That is very, very kind of you. In fact, if you guys could please show some love to Jack and all...
Together we are. Together we are.
What is going on today, bro? So, SOL. Thank you. I really appreciate you. for the TikTok universe over on TikTok. Thank you, Soul. That is SOL. Wow. We are hopping into this next debate. Rip headphone users over on YouTube. I'm so sorry. I know how loud that is. What the fuck is this? What is going on right now? Wait, I don't know if I like that gift. I don't know if I like that one. Thank you, though, Care Bear. Show some love to what the fuck? Show some love to Jack, Soul, and Care Bear down below in the chat. That one was a little weird sounding, though. Max, what's going on? Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
How old are you?
18.
Thank you, Care Bear. I apologize for being disrespectful to that gift. What year were you born in?
2004.
You cannot be 18, born in 04, so I know that you're lying about your age. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to move on, guys. Make sure if you are in that queue that you are an American adult that supports Trump as president. Make sure that you are an American adult that supports Trump as president. And once again, I appreciate you guys so much for the love. Seriously. Let's go to move on to the next guest. We got Rachel loaded up here. Boss lady, appreciate you so much for the love. We're going to get that next guest loaded in here right now, y'all. We'll get them up here, guys. Go and put a Trump with your age down below in that chat if you want to come up here and debate. 04 is either 20 or 21, not 18. We got our next guest, Tyler Brown, loading up. Here we go. Danny, appreciate you for the low bubbles. What's going on, Tyler? Do you support Trump?
Nigger.
And we're going to go ahead and very
nigger,
quickly ban Tyler Brown and get him the hell out of here. I apologize you guys had to hear that. We're going to move on to the next guest. We got Matthew Hell loading up into the box right now, guys. Go ahead and hop in that queue if you are an American adult that supports Trump as president. What's up, Matthew? Do you support Trump?
I do. I have a question. I'm 23, by the way.
Okay. So you do support Trump? Yeah, feel free to ask a question, man. But I just want to click.
When I was in the military, a few years ago under Biden, it was, and the COVID shots were a thing. I was told we either had a choice to take the shot or we would have to get kicked out of the military.
Yeah, vaccine mandates are like pretty typical in the military, public schools, government facilities, etc., where there's a bunch of people around one another. Yeah.
Okay. It's not even okay.
Go ahead.
No, I forgot my question. You're good. You have a great day.
Wait. Do you want to debate on why you support Trump?
No. I really just had that question. That's all.
What was the question?
About the vaccines in the military.
Yeah, what's your question about it?
If that was, valid that people who are in the military should get kicked out for not getting a COVID vaccine.
Yeah, sure. I think that vaccine mandates are like very typical, even for like government ran facilities where there's a lot of people in like close contact for one another. Like for instance, a lot of public schools have vaccine mandates too, meaning that you get kicked out of public school if you don't like meet the criteria of said vaccine mandate. And yeah, of course, I think that was important during a global pandemic.
Thank you.
Okay, well, you have a good one. We're going to move on to that next American adult that supports Trump as president. Hop in that queue if that's you. Also, feel free to put a Trump with your age down below and we'll get you pulled up here. We are going to move on to the next guest right now. Y'all just keep in mind that we are specifically looking for debates. Y'all are killing me with these gifts, dude. Gary Bear, thank you for the dance battle. Yo, that one was kind of fun, dude. They laid out a tune. That was groovy as fuck. Gary Bear, seriously, appreciate you for the love. That one was fun. I like that one. That one was fun. Thank you so much, Gary Bear. I never really know. Seriously, I appreciate you so much for your generosity. Shout out to you, Gary Bear. What's going on? You support Trump?
I think my supporting of Trump would depend on what does support mean to you?
Like overwhelmingly, like, do you think he's like a good president?
I think that he's our president, so I support him as the president.
Yeah. Do you think he's a good president?
No.
Okay, we're gonna kick you. Wait, not M. I'm so sorry. Soul, thank you for the wolf. Dude, thank you, Soul. Dude, just continue to show love to the donors down below in the chat. Y'all are like going fucking crazy. I appreciate you, Soul. Seriously.
Hello.
Thank you so much for the love. What's going on,
I'm
Richard?
18 years old. 2007, 23rd of May. Yes, I support Trump.
Okay, and what time is it?
It's 5 p.m. 5:28.
Great. So I see your profile picture down there. That's Trump with Jesus. Do you think that Jesus loves Trump? Do you think that Trump is a good Christian?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I do think so.
Yeah, he's actually not a Christian at all. Thank you for the disco gif. I appreciate that.
Yeah,
Can we agree here that one of the necessary criteria is in order to be in an active relationship with God would be repenting for your sins to God?
Well, this is not an argument. Let's talk about how...
Well, I asked a question. Can you please answer it?
All right. Well, could you please repeat?
Yeah, like a necessary criteria of having a relationship with Jesus, given that Christianity is true, would be repenting to Jesus for your sins?
Well, the reason I have it as profile is because I see him equally as Jesus.
You're a troll. Moving on to the next guest. I'm not going to believe that you're real. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in the box here. Go to put a Trump with your age down below if you do want to join. Go to put a Trump with your age down below in that comment section if you do want to join. We're going to get that next guest Dave up here, bro. What the fuck is going on? There's no way that guy was real. No way at all.
Nigger.
So I just want to clarify. We actually have more Trump supporters that are willing to come up here and scream the N-word than we do have Trump supporters that are willing to come up here and give us one reason why he's a good president. So if you want to know why the downfall of MAGA is imminent, if you want to know why the downfall of the right is imminent, it's because of what you are witnessing on this stream today. This is me giving a public outlet for anybody that supports Trump, that is an American adult, to come up here and give me a reason why. And they won't take me up on that reason because they don't have one. They don't have any reason why they support Trump as president. He's a terrible president. Everyone knows it, and you can't argue against it. So, like, the support that remains for somebody like Trump, disproportionately in this life from what we're seeing, is surrounded based on hate, vitriol, bigotry, and prejudice, not based upon reasonable facts about why he's good for America. And I hope that that is, like, clearly evident to everybody in this life. And I hope that this also... right, incentivizes anybody out there that thinks they support Trump not out of hate and vitriol, but rather with genuinely good reason to get the fuck in that queue, start spamming that chat with Trump in your age, to give better representation to the people on your side of the aisle. All right, because right now, a drastically different conclusion is very evident to all of us, that it's not about reason, it's not about positive impact, it's about hate and vitriol. But let's go and get that next guest loaded up into the box right now, you guys. Let's get them up here right now. We got Nelson loading up into the box. What's up, Nelson? Do you support Trump?
Hey, how's it going, Dean? I do support Trump.
Okay, and how old are you?
I'm 18.
What year were you born in? Wow, you don't sound 18.
Born October 9th, 2006.
Awesome, man. Let me go ahead and thank a handful of people here. First and foremost, Hayden. Thank you for the $20 over on Venmo. Hayden says, I really appreciate your debates and I've started tuning in regularly. Do you happen to have a compilation of resources for common debate topics? No, but Parker does. If you go to @Parker get a job on TikTok and you check his bio, you'll be able to see a bibliography with a bunch of common resources. And what year did you say you were born in?
2006, October 9th.
Okay, great. Yeah, that would be 18.
We're about to turn 19.
That would be 18. So go ahead and take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
Yeah, my support for Trump comes from a lack of support for the other choices. That's pretty much it.
So you think of like Kamala Harris had won the election, that things would be worse off?
I don't know. I can't say because she wasn't, but I feel like she wasn't as good of a candidate. So that's my argument.
Okay, so knowing everything that you do today about Trump and everything that he's done in the last 8.5 months, why do you think that he was still yet a better candidate than Harris?
Yeah, here's my problem with that. The problem I have with that is that I don't feel like Trump delivered on what he promised to deliver, which was why I was a Trump supporter. I'm a Hitler supporter.
Okay, and we're going to go ahead and kick them out incredibly quickly and move on to the next guest. Go to put a Trump with your age down below in that comment section. We're going to get you pulled up in here. Josh, I appreciate you for the Leon the Kitten. I appreciate you for the Leon the Kitten, Josh. That is incredibly kind of you. We're going to move on to the next guest, ZB. We got them loading up in here right now. I would like to thank Mila. Thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. As well as I read your message there. Thank you so much for your kind words. And then Jennifer, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo as well. Once again, I read your message as well. Thank you for the kind words. And you were absolutely right in what you were saying there, Jennifer. As well as Adam with a 10, Sierra with a 10, Christine with a 5, and Emily Jordan. Thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Saying my poor cats just jumped 10 feet in the air when that GIF sound came on my TV. I'm sorry, Emily. Thank you for the $20. That is very kind of you. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Cookie King mogs you.
Damn, bringing that one back, bro. It's been a couple months. Yeah, are you MAGA?
You get mogged. Cookie King mogs you.
Yeah, do you support Trump?
Cookie King mogs.
Should I take that as a yes or no? I'm going to go ahead and take that as a no. And Josh, thank you for the Viking hammer, man. I appreciate that. So what we see right now is we have close to 24,000 people hanging out with us in the stream today. And there's not one American adult that supports Trump. I was genuinely concerned of us getting to this point. Right now, overall, there is close to 28,000 real people tuned into the stream from across the country and across the world. And we cannot find one person that supports Trump. This administration has no support, and MAGA is extinct. Feel free to prove me wrong. For the love of God, feel free to prove me wrong so I could change your mind about supporting him by hopping in that queue and letting me know that you're MAGA down below in that chat. But all that I'm saying is right now, we just don't see it. What's up, man?
Oh my goodness.
What's up, man? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
And how old are you?
21.
21, what year are you born in?
04.
And what time is it?
5:44.
What state are you in?
Indiana.
Awesome, man. Go ahead and take it away. Tell us why the hell you support Trump as president.
I mean, honestly, I don't really support like immigration. I don't think it's a good idea, just especially with how tense the world is right now. And I feel like there was tense in general. Like I don't think anyone really likes America. I don't see why they would. Like people like literally worship demonic figures and like act like they're fucking animals here.
Oh yeah, all the kids pissing in litter boxes in the schools. Yep. Yeah. No, man. I remember when I was.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
I remember when I was in high school, everyone was pissing in a litter box. Yep, that's right. I remember that. Everyone was doing it. It was the new thing. Now, to go back to your first statement, you're telling us you support Trump because you want less immigration into this country. That is the most ridiculously, astoundingly false, most insane thing I've heard ever, quite frankly. So can you please give us one reason why less immigration into America would help our country?
I think it's. I mean, if you look at the timeline of the United States of America, we literally just had a terrorist attack like less than, what is that? Fucking 20 years ago, like 24 years ago. There's multiple other quote unquote. I would call Charlie Kirk's assassination fucking terrorism. Honestly, like that's insane.
Wait. Wait.
I guess it wouldn't be considered terrorism.
A citizen assassinated him.
Yeah, no, that's crazy. A citizen assassination.
So what does a citizen committing an act of terror in your eyes, I guess, have to do with? Actually, before we move on, do you consider every school shooting in America an act of terror?
Yeah, I would.
Do you consider what happened to Melissa Hortman an act of terror?
Who's that?
She was a Democratic congresswoman from Minnesota that was violently murdered alongside her husband and dog.
In her house, yeah.
Do you consider what happened to Nancy Pelosi's husband an act of terror?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So now continuing on here, I asked you why, you think that less immigration into America would be a good thing, and then you told me, well, we should stop immigration into this country because a citizen killed Charlie Kirk. I think that that's an incoherent argument. Okay. Where point A has nothing to do with point B.
I think a lot of immigration, is involved with, drug smuggling, etc.
That's actually false.
So how are they getting the drugs in here, Dean?
We're citizens. 81% of all the DRUGS brought across the southern border into this country are brought across by citizens. It's because they undergo less scrutiny at the southern border. And then even when we look at immigrants, like undocumented immigrants, for instance, undocumented immigrants are 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes, 3 times less likely to commit property crimes, and 3.5 times less likely to commit petty crimes. Undocumented immigrants account for 1% of all violent crimes in this country. Meanwhile, American men commit 92, right? So I think that you have your priorities in the wrong place. I think that you're demonizing and stigmatizing large demographics of individuals not rooted within any basis of reality or fact, but rather like your own prejudice and falsely perpetuated stereotypes, man. Like seriously, when we look at the facts, we see that your argument is incredibly faulted.
Maybe it is faulted. Let him in, I guess. So if we started, all right, so cool. I'm wrong about immigration, I guess. Okay, cool. So let's let them all in here and see what happens, I guess. Moving on. In my opinion, if we continue literally like doing what we do, like okay, say this. Say Joe Biden say Kamala got elected. I don't know what she was. I don't know. Honestly, I didn't even pay too much to her. I did listen to her speak and stuff. I didn't like what she said. I can't really highlight anything.
Can I ask you to do something real quick?
Yeah, go for it.
Can I just ask you to take a deep breath in and out, and then to restart with like a collected mind by giving us a
Yeah, sorry, I'm going crazy.
president?
I support crypto. I think if we continue moving on like we do, I think a new financial system or just a revaluation on that stuff could potentially bring down like drug smuggling. I mean, if blockchain stuff, like I can get all into crypto. I mean, and here's the thing, like I could get all into crypto.
Dude. I seriously think you just need 10 seconds. Take a breath in, take a breath out. It's okay.
Yeah.
10 seconds.
I think
no. I'm seriously. I just want you to like calm down for a second. There we go. Clear your mind. I want you to reset. Okay. We're good. Give us one clear, succinct reason why you think that Donald Trump is a good president. You have my attention and the attention of everyone watching.
Tariffs, crypto.
Tariffs. Okay, we'll start with tariffs.
And then we'll go to tariffs, yeah.
So we'll start with tariffs. So you think that Donald Trump's tariffs are good, and why is that?
Because it's generated a bunch of money for the government, for the
money that it generates for the government
of the United States, yeah.
Okay. Well, point number one, the money in which it is generated for the government doesn't matter when Donald Trump is spending all of it times 10, okay? He signed the most expensive bill ever, the big beautiful bill, clocking in at $4.5 trillion just to take money from the poor and give it to the rich. So it is X'd out plus some.
Is that what it says?
I would appreciate if you allow me to finish without an interruption.
Go for it.
So that's point number one, okay? The revenue that the tariffs have generated for a government doesn't matter because he's already spent it all times 10. Point number two, that revenues being generated and paid for disproportionately by...
The big beautiful bill. What is the big beautiful bill?
I just asked you to not interrupt me, and what are you doing right now?
You're literally like talking to no one right now.
I'm talking to you.
You're convincing your audience is what you're doing.
I'm directly responding to what you said.
What did I say? What does the big beautiful bill consist of?
What you said is that you support Donald Trump because of his tariffs, particularly the revenue in which the tariffs would generate for the American government. And my first point in response to your argument was that, well, actually, the revenue in which the tariffs have generated so far for a government don't really matter because Donald Trump has already spent that revenue times 10 on a bill to take money from the poor and to give it to the rich.
And it says, take the money from the poor people and give it to the rich people.
Yeah, that's what it does. So,
what in the bill supports that claim?
So according to a study done by the Center of Budget and Policy Priorities, it is going to reduce the purchasing power of everybody making at or under $51,000 per year disproportionately because of its cuts. Like it's cutting $900 billion out of Medicaid and kicking 10 million low-income Americans off of Medicaid while increasing the premiums by 75. Well, I'm not done telling you why this is the case. What game are we playing here? It's like you don't want to debate.
Listen. XRP is a crypto.
Are you geeked?
And it is no, I'm not geeked, I promise.
What does XRP have to do with literally anything that I was just describing?
It is
about why the big beautiful bill redistributes wealth from the poor.
It's helping people save on prescription like medication already. Already.
Guys, is this Chad? Is this guy just too incoherent to even have like a fluent dialogue?
Wait, what do you? What was incoherent about that statement? About that fact?
Because you asked me to describe why the big beautiful bill takes money from the poor and gives it to the rich in relationship to my point that Donald Trump has already spent the revenue generated by the tariffs times 10 on the big beautiful bill, so it kind of nullifies it. And then your response was to cut me off midway through my description of how the big beautiful bill is doing a wealth redistribution from the poor to the rich to bring up XRP. Right? So I think that we need to be able to go point by point, be specific, and have a confluent dialogue. And I just feel like you're not like able to do that with me today.
I don't know what else I'm supposed to say other than I can.
Okay, so I want you to try
here's kind of my point. Like, Trump, there's some bad stuff like in the headlines. Like he's making huge moves. Obviously, he has to. He wants to change the country. He wants to make America great again. I said that while making quotations. America's okay. America's never been amazing, in my opinion. I honestly I look at like Web 2. Like I think we're.
I kicked him. I kicked him because he is not able to engage in a tracking line of dialogue. So we're gonna move on to the next guest. Let's go to get Frank up here. He just wasn't able to engage in like a tracking line of dialogue. And like inability to engage in a tracking line of dialogue is like it's essential to these debates, right? It is point blank period essential. And I do everything that I can to get people to like forcefully engage in a tracking line of dialogue, but it like even like my influence wasn't like helping him like track that line. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay, how old are you?
18.
18. What year are you born in?
2007, 23rd of May.
Okay, and what time is it?
Almost 6 p.m.
Okay, all right. Let me go ahead and thank a handful of people, then I'll give the mic to you. Robert, thank you so much for the $40 over on PayPal. Let's get 400 Robert W's down below. Robert with a 40, thank you so much, man. That is seriously so much money. Thank you for your kindness. It's good to see you and Parker back, buddy. I was going through withdrawals for a little bit. Keep up the good work. I learned something new from you every day. 70-year-old Robert. Oh, dude, it's you. Dude, Robert is that guy. Robert, I love you so much, bro. You are like an absolute icon. We all love you here. As well as Nicola. Thank you so much for the $13 on PayPal. Show some love to Nicola down below. And then Trish and Rue with the $10 each. Thank you so much. As well as Mary with the $5 on Venmo saying happy Friday, Dean. Happy Friday to you. Zachary with the $10. Thank you so much for the love. And then Emily with another 20. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you for the love. As well as I read your message there. You're cracking me the fuck up. Thank you so much. And then Donnie with the $35 saying, been waiting over an hour to debate you. Stop hiding. Let's go. Donnie _props on TikTok. Bro, this Donnie guy really wants to debate. Chat, should I look for Donnie after this guess? I think I should. As well as Sarah with a 3 and Garrett with a 10. Thank you so much. Go ahead and take it away, man. Tell us why you support Trump.
Yes, gas and food got to be cheaper. Jobs were up. Unemployment at record lows. Stock market was strong. No new wars. I can keep going, honestly, if you want me to.
What state are you in?
Miami.
Oh, man, I've never been to the state of Miami before. What's it like?
Pretty chill, actually.
Yeah, there you go. I had to confirm. It wasn't just like a slip of the tongue. I had to confirm that it was not just a slip of the tongue. You know what I mean? And we did confirm that. Hey, Donnie.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Can you hear me?
I sure can.
What's good, brother? How you doing?
I'm doing all right. How old are you?
I'm 19, born April 7th, 2006.
Okay, you have been like really like pumped up to debate me.
Oh yeah, dude, I've been here once before. It was a while ago. I think it was actually with Parker who I debated last. But like I said, my debate skills are basically zero, right? So I'm trying to develop them slowly. But I will say, I do support Trump, and I can go ahead and give you my reasonings behind that. First of all, I'm pro second.
Oh, go ahead.
All right. So first of all, I am pro Second Amendment. Second of all, I am anti-abortion. Third of all, I am anti-illegal immigration. Those are going to be some of the 3 key points. I also think a lot of what he's done in his reelection has actually benefited the U.S. in quite a few ways. I also feel like some of the points that you brought up in other debates where you say, Trump's already spent all the money from his tariffs on the big, beautiful bill. I don't believe that's true. I don't really see anywhere where you can, fact check that. There's a couple other points I had. Hold on.
You could fact check that by just looking at the CBO's 10-year expenditure of the big, beautiful bill number at 4.5.
The 10-year, sorry, repeat that.
You could fact check that by just looking at the CBO's 10-year projection of the expenditure of the big, beautiful bill generated by it being signed into law. But I want to respond.
So that's a projection, not.
Yeah, that's what we use in economics is projections. So. Now I want to respond to the first couple points that you brought up.
Okay.
The first point that you brought up was that you're pro 2A and that's why you support Trump. So in other words, you think that Donald Trump is going to safeguard the Constitution and the rights in which it guarantees to us?
I think he likes and supports the Second Amendment, and that's the point I'm making.
Okay, but not that he likes and supports the rest of the Constitution, which should make you concerned about the Second Amendment.
I would say he would uphold the Constitution, yes.
Okay, so
and he supports the Constitution, yes.
Well, so we'll have the general debate about the Constitution as a whole, and even a specific debate about the Second Amendment. And I think that this is where you lose. Okay. We have not had a president like Trump in a very long time. He is not a president that wants to play by the rules. He is a wannabe all-powerful leader that wants to set the rules. Okay. In the last 200 days. He has infringed on the First Amendment. He has called for an infringement on the Second Amendment. He has infringed on the 14th Amendment, and
Okay,
he's
well,
called for the termination of the 22nd Amendment.
Well, let's go through these one at a time, though, because these are a lot of points. So let's go through them one at a time. And I assume the first point you're bringing up with the First Amendment is the obviously the firing of Jimmy Kimmel.
So for the First Amendment, he infringed upon the First Amendment when he attempted to ban the burning of the American flag, as burning the American flag was ruled as protected under symbolic free speech by SCOTUS in 1989, alongside his statement yesterday when he said that the media has no right to criticize him.
Okay, but wouldn't you agree that, in a sense, burning the American flag is a disrespect to our country?
I actually think that in some senses, it is respectful to the country and condemnation of a fascist government in which we should condemn and get out. But even if I were to accept that it is disrespectful to the country, well, guess what? The First Amendment is supposed to protect speech that is considered disrespectful to those in power. If you ask one of those old school GOP
What about veterans?
Republican,
I mean, the American flag represents sacrifice, freedom, all sorts of things, right? Burning it is literally disrespecting the people who fought for our country. Freedom of speech is important, but there should be limits when actions are deliberately dishonoring national symbols. Like, so yes, in a sense, that's kind of that argument, and specifically, in my opinion, it's hard to find a right or wrong there, because like, there's just a lot of controversy behind it. And to some people, yes, it could be, in a sense, not disrespectful, but to others who have done lots for this country, it is very disrespectful. So there should be limits when actions are deliberately, to dishonor the nation.
It's going to be even harder to find truth if you keep interrupting everything I say.
Sorry.
Okay, so point number one. I think that you're right. A lot of veterans think that burning the flag is disrespectful to their service. But even more veterans think that banning the burning of the American flag is even more disrespectful to their service, as they were willing to lose their lives to defend the rights that the Constitution guarantees them to this, and that is one of them, right? If you ask like an old school GOP Republican what their thoughts are on the rights in which the Constitution guarantees to us, including free speech, what they'll tell you is that we're like no other country in the world, right? And obviously, this isn't what I think, but this is what I've heard a lot, especially from like 60-year-old white men that are super Republican and constitutionalists, and that we have rights here that no one else, anywhere else in the world has, and the governments of other countries are totalitarian and fascist by nature, and they want to infringe upon the liberties of their citizens, and they don't want condemnation, disrespect, or pushback from any of their constituents. And guess what? Now you're telling me that you think the government is well within their rights to condemn and criminalize speech in which is deemed as disrespectful to the regime in power, which is more like a dictatorship than anything I've ever seen from any Democrat in my life. And arguably, even if I concede for the intents and purposes of our discussion that burning the flag is anti-American, it is even more anti-American to ban things in which are perceived as anti-American, right? So I think that is a really important consideration for you to make. And this doesn't even begin to start the conversation about how I think in many contexts that burning the American flag can be an act of patriotism, as that conversation is just simply not required to determine what is free speech or what is not free speech.
All right, well, I mean, what about Woodrow Wilson? He signed an Espionage Act in 1917 that jailed Americans for criticizing the government, draft, or war effort, and he was a liberal. So,
fuck that.
Or Barack Obama when he, or like,
you got to reach all the way back to Woodrow Wilson. You're doing great. But I agree. I've never heard about this act. That's crazy, though. Yeah, we shouldn't be doing that. We shouldn't be imprisoning people that criticize the country. That's insane.
Didn't Barack Obama also expand prosecution of government whistleblowers under the Espionage Act, which obviously made it even worse?
Government whistleblowers are individuals who shared classified information publicly, which is illegal. And that has nothing to do with the protections offered under the First Amendment. In fact, if you want to argue that it shouldn't be illegal to share classified information publicly, then you're basically just disputing like the basis and nature of classified information and its circulation within the American government.
Well, what about Joe Biden's? His administration pressured social media companies to remove posts about COVID-19 vaccines and elections. And Donald Trump was also banned off all major platforms on social media when he was going for re-election.
Yeah, and guess what? I also have like seven TikTok. I also have seven TikTok accounts
pressuring for the American flag being burned. But in my opinion, that's a whole lot less than, banning your political opponent on all social media platforms, removing posts about COVID-19 vaccines and elections. That seems way worse.
Okay. Well, point number one, you made a massive equivocation at the end of your statement there. You said that Donald Trump was banned on major social media platforms after he tried to rig and steal the outcome of the 2020 election and launched an insurrection, which led to 72 different police officers.
We could get into the...
Would you stop interrupting me, Donnie?
All right, sorry.
Thank you. So at the end of the statement, once again, you made a major equivocation there. Yeah, Donald Trump was banned off of almost every single major, social media platform after he tried to coup and rig and steal the election from Biden in 2020, launching the largest internal attack and critique on the American government since the Civil War. But that wasn't directed and or influenced by the government. That was the decision of the owners and proprietors of these platforms. It'd be ridiculous for me to suggest that because I personally have had 7 different TikTok accounts permanently banned by TikTok, that therefore, like the commander-in-chief and those running the government are to blame and or culpable when it had no influence directly from them. And that is what you are now attempting to state as it would relate to Donald Trump in his accounts being banned following his launch of the largest attack on the American democracy since the Civil War. Now, to the first point about the Biden administration pressuring different platforms into banning misinformation on their platforms surrounding the pandemic, do you condemn that?
Could you repeat that?
Now, surrounding your first point, talking about the Biden-Harris administration attempting to influence social media platforms into banning circulating misinformation about the pandemic, do you condemn that?
I condemn social media platforms intentionally spreading misinformation about something as important as COVID-19.
Wait, so then you're telling me that you actually agree with the Biden-Harris administration? Fuck, that was easy.
How is that in any way what I'm saying?
Yeah, because that's exactly what they said too.
Purposely pressuring social media companies to remove posts. They were purposely filtering out posts on COVID-19. What I am saying is...
Wait, for the reason that you just described, that this misinformation was harmful, this misinformation could have led to the deaths.
When did I ever
say
that misinformation was harmful?
Because you said that you condemn it being spread on these platforms.
I condemn information. I condemn false information. They weren't deleting false information. You can claim they were just deleting false information, but that's a whole other debate we could get into because I personally would disagree with that fact. I think they were purposely and intentionally deleting information that was valuable to the public to words aren't wording.
What information?
To misconceive them. Hello?
What information?
Like I said, I couldn't point out facts. Could you point out facts of information that they took down that was false?
Yeah, like for instance, if Joe Biden had a conversation with Mark Zuckerberg and employees of Facebook to very specifically delete misinformation on Facebook, such as like arguing that the vaccine would kill you or give you autism, when in all reality the vaccine is something that saved millions of lives, right? But now you are actually saying otherwise, attempting to argue and telling me and everybody else listening that they were directing and asking, platforms such as Facebook to take down like true information, which would be vital and necessary for individuals in this country to know. That was essentially your claim. I could roll back the clip on YouTube around a minute and a half and we could hear you repeat that. So I'm just curious, what information did the Biden-Harris administration simply ask the Facebook to take down that had to do with like vital, necessary information that was important for the public to know? If you don't know, just say so I can move on to my next big point.
I mean, what I know for a fact, and maybe this won't answer your point, maybe it will. Zuckerberg told senior officials that Biden was repeatedly pressured Facebook during 2021 to remove posts about COVID-19. That did include satire, but he also said, in hindsight, some moderation choices that Facebook made were very difficult decisions.
Which means just go watch Mark Zuckerberg's conversation with Joe Rogan. I mean, I listened to that on a plane flying back from LA like 6 months ago. Yeah, Mark Zuckerberg went into the specifics. Like it was like literally like people like stating, or I guess like jokingly stating in some circumstances, that the vaccine's going to kill you or it's going to give you autism.
Okay, well, you know what? Fair. I'll give you that point. You can out-debate me. I'll give you that. My levels aren't at your levels yet, so let's move to the next point.
Okay, well, this next point is going to be really important because did the Biden-Harris administration threaten Facebook with any negative repercussions if they were not to take down that misinformation?
I'm sorry, repeat. I interrupted you.
Did the Biden-Harris administration threaten Facebook with any negative repercussions from the government if they were not to take down that misinformation?
Once again, I don't think I know.
The answer is no. And what did the FCC do to ABC and Disney?
Sorry, repeat that again.
What did the FCC do to ABC and Disney 2 days ago when the Trump administration pressured them into taking Jimmy Kimmel off air?
They were gonna cut their. They were gonna. You finish it for me. I don't know what it is. They were gonna cut something. I'm sorry.
Yeah, they were gonna take away their license and fine them to hell. Okay, and then even the day after that, yesterday, when Donald Trump was being interviewed by journalists on Air Force One, he said not only do media organizations not have the right to critique him, but they don't have that right because they're licensed by the FCC, and the FCC could revoke their license, penalizing them if they do critique him. So those are the really big differences between what Trump did yesterday, what Trump is like speaking on today, condemning free speech and infringing upon the media's ability to critique him by threatening to revoke their licenses or penalize them through the FCC, and what the Biden-Harris administration did by just simply requesting Facebook to take down harmful misinformation that literally could have killed people. First and foremost, critiquing Trump on air doesn't kill people. In fact, it probably would help in the reduction of deaths through his terrible policy by rising public support against Donald Trump and his policy. And meanwhile, Donald Trump was actively threatening with repercussions if they were to not stop critiquing them. And on top of that, when we reflect and we look back on what the Biden-Harris administration did in relationship to Facebook and COVID misinformation, point number one, they didn't threaten them with any governmental repercussions. And point number two, that information being taken down was actually net positive.
You're good, Dean. You're good. I mean, okay, so the licensing argument does work because that is true, and I mean, okay, yes, but at the same time, speech has consequences, right? You can still speak, just not to a platform of millions of people. He didn't get his free speech revoked. He just got his speech to be. Man, my words aren't working anymore. Because he was removed from his platform. He wasn't removed from his free speech. His free speech rights did not get taken away. His platform got taken away. You can lose your platform for what you say. It's happened to hundreds of people all the time, all right? But he never lost his free speech.
Yeah, but it's never happened as directed by the government. I think that there's going to be a big difference.
It doesn't matter, though. It's not.
I think it does matter because I think it does matter because it's a big difference between cancel culture and state-controlled media. One is a tenet of fascism, one isn't.
I'm not going to lose like this. Okay, so you're telling me that I couldn't go and find another administration that has pressured social media companies to get someone fired, removed, or to say things in a specific like that? You're telling me that's not happened in any other administration?
Yeah, I'm actually telling you that hasn't happened in any other modern administration in modern American history. Do you want me to give you the best possible counter argument to what I'm saying because I know what it is?
Yes.
The closest thing in proximity to what Donald Trump is doing right now that any liberal or Democrat has ever done was in 2018, we had somebody on Fox News, I believe, that had tweeted out incredibly racist things over on Twitter. And then Michelle Obama called somebody involved with Fox News and was like, hey, you should fire this person. But that was 2 or 3 years after the Obama administration was over. And it was Michelle Obama who wasn't the president and didn't have any official role outside of being the first lady. So that's going to be the closest thing in proximity to what Donald Trump is doing today. But still, that wasn't an active administration nor a participating member in an active administration with a government position.
Hold on. Yeah, fair enough. I don't really have much to say anymore. I mean, you've got me. I feel like I did pretty good, though. You got to give me props. The first half of that debate, I feel like I was for my level of skill.
I appreciate your intellectual honesty.
Yeah, thank you. Well, man, it was good talking to you, Dean. I'll be back to debate you again with more information, better skills.
Well, you know what? I full-heartedly invite that. I do. Because what will inevitably happen is because I could tell that you're intellectually honest. You're going to continue to do your research. You're going to continue to try to make more arguments for why Trump is a good president. And then you're going to continue to come back and have an experience similar to what you just had in the last 30 minutes. And then one day, after repeating the cycle maybe 3 or 4 times, you'll realize that there's no arguments left and that I was right all along and you'll be a liberal. That's exactly what happened to me in the pro-choice versus pro-life argument like 4 years ago.
I don't know. I've seen some pretty strong right-wing debaters who could take you on. I don't know. I don't think that's 100% truthful. I think I'm just not to the skill level of debating that you have. I don't have the facts that you have. I don't have the info that you have just yet. I'll be back though, Dean. And I promise you, there's other right-wing debaters who could come on here and get you, or at least have a much better fight with you than I had today. So I'll be back.
Okay, you have a good one. Feel free. I mean, eventually that's gonna fold. As well as a lot of, I just saw a handful of people in the chat saying you're so full of yourself, Dean. No, I'm actually not. Like, I'm not saying that like he'll continue to like lose the debate because I'm really good at debating. I'm saying that he's gonna continue to lose the debate because like his position in the debate is ultimately indefensible. Like, remember, like the words that we're exchanging in conversation on this live are ultimately going to be rooted inside of reality. And the point of debate is to determine who is right and who is wrong. But ultimately, if somebody's wrong, they're not gonna be able to prove that they're right. And like, you know, that statement would rest on the fact that ultimately, like a pro-Trump position for the presidency is indefensible just because it's out of alignment with reality. You know what I mean? And that speaks not to me, that speaks towards what is true and false of the world around us. But we're going to move on to the next guest. Please only hop in that queue if you happen to support Trump as president. And like I said, Donnie, I do appreciate your intellectual honesty, and I think that one day you will be a liberal. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Me?
1 second. Gare Bear, I appreciate you so much for that dance battle, bro. That is such a cool gift. Thank you so much, Gare Bear. As well as Lauren with a $10 over on Venmo. Lauren says, I don't know if you've heard, but Trump made a joke about Charlie Kirk being dead, bro. Fucking course he did. Of course he did, bro. I'm gonna have to look that one up. Thank you for telling me. As well as Abigail, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Show some love to Lauren and Abigail down below in that chat. Abigail with a $20 says, I grew up in a conservative family, but have always been liberal. With your help, I've gained confidence in debating my family on why Trump is the worst president we've ever had. Keep doing it, dude. You're helping so many people. Well, thank you so much for the very kind message, and thank you for the $20. Show some love to Abigail. Thank you so much, seriously. As well as Jessica with a 5, Elizabeth with a 2, and Valerie with a 10, saying thank you for all that you do for democracy. Well, thank you, Valerie. And then Ellen and James both with a 10. Then Ellie with a 15, saying you sent me a question over on Insta regarding abortion. Well, if I see it, I will definitely check it out, Ellie. As well as Kaylee with a $10, saying here's another $10. I don't know if you received my other donation. I wrote a little message. I'll check it out, Kaylee. Thank you so much for the love. And yeah, buddy, do you support Trump?
No, I don't. I'm sorry. I'm super nervous. I just wanted to come on.
No, I'm sorry, buddy. I do have to remove you just because we are just looking for Trump supporters. But all the love to you. I'm super happy that you're not a Trump supporter. I literally had to kick you for being too cool and too based and too awesome. But we are going to move on to the next guest right now. We got Touch WZ loading up into the live right now. What's up? Do you support Trump? Nope, they're not here. Well, actually, they started to say hi as I kicked them. Whoopsie daisy. We're gonna move on to the next guest. We got Johnny loading up, and once again, Gare Bear, bro. You've been dropping love all day. I just want to let you know that I really do appreciate you. As well as, let's see here, Chelsea. Thank you for the $25 over on PayPal, saying thank you for all that you do. You give me hope for the future of our country. Chelsea, it means the world. I'm happy that the streams help you out. I want to make people happy. I really do. So I appreciate you for telling me that. Thank you so much, Chelsea. As well as Destiny with the $10 on PayPal, saying I fucking love your brain. Thank you. I really appreciate you. And thank you for the $10 donation while we're looking for that next Trump supporter. Let's go to get them up here. As well as Brandon, thank you for the $10 on Super Chat with no message. And Libby, good to see you again. Thank you for the $20 over on Venmo. Saying we're having a party in here today. Hell yeah, Libby. It's good to see you. And thank you for the $20. Show some love to Libby down below. What is up? Do you support Trump, Jimmy?
So you're a liberal digger, nigger.
And we banned them incredibly quickly. We're going to move on to the next guest right now. Hop in that queue if you support Trump. We got Angel loading up into the box. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
And
but
how old are you?
not at the same time, I don't. I'm 18. I'm born in 2006.
What month?
November.
Okay, you said you do, but at the same time you don't. So let's clear that up a little bit. Let's make it a little bit more obvious. Knowing everything that you do now, if you were teleported back to November, who'd you vote for?
That's a hard one. Probably Trump, though.
Okay, all right. So go ahead and tell me why you support Trump as president.
I base my politician... Wait. Can I join back later?
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'll be live for like another 2 hours. You could join back later.
I'll join back later.
Okay. See you, Angel. We're going to move on to the next guest. Let's go to get that next guest, Ethan, loaded up into the live. What's up, Ethan? You support Trump?
I'm on the fence now with just some of the ways he's been acting recently.
Okay.
But I did for a long time.
Ethan, Here's what I'm going to say to you. I really want you to watch the live, tune in to see what I have to say here. I would love to convince you to hop off that fence and be running towards the left, away from the right. And hopefully you'll be able to do that just with you listening to the lives. But we are just specifically looking to talk to people that do support Trump. And Ethan, I'm happy. I'm happy that you're on the fence compared to being pro-Trump. And hopefully the live could push you even further left. What is up, Andre? Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 28.
Can you disconnect any like Bluetooth mic or like external headphones, headsets, earbuds, etc. that you have connected to your phone?
I don't have anything connected to my phone.
Chat, is it too muffled or is that okay? I'm going to ask the chat. We're going to get the crowd consensus. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you, Carolina. Show some love to Carolina down below. And if you're watching and you want to support me, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio and TikTok. They all go straight to me. You'll get a notification at the top of my phone where I could, like, just right there, read off your name and the amount and any and all attached messages, such as Chase with a $5 saying, Dean, you're an educated king. Thank you, Chase. You're awesome. Shout out to you. As well as you could find them in the pinned message over on the YT stream, where you could also support on Super Chat. But go ahead and take it away, man. Tell us why you support Trump. He disappeared. Are you here? I'm going to give you around 5 seconds. Nope, he gone. All right, moving on to the next guest here. Let's go to see what that next guest has to say. Go ahead and put a Trump with your age down below in that chat. We're going to get you loaded up in here. We're having some marvelous debates today with people that support Trump. Marvelous indeed. We're going to move on to Sebastian Freeman right now. What's up, Sebastian? You support Trump?
No. Yo, what's up, Dean?
What's going on, man? You MAGA?
I'm pretty right.
Why
Not gonna lie.
the hell do you support Trump?
See, I was definitely a big Trump supporter ever since, back when I even couldn't vote, when I was in high school. Well, I'm still in high school, but I'm a senior. I'm 18. I just turned 18. That's why I wanted to hop on here. I'll give you my birthday, September 19th, actually today. I just turned 18 today. So that's why I was looking to hop on here.
Okay.
And I just wanted to discuss a lot of the things that Trump's been doing more recently.
Oh, sure. I'm definitely with it. How could you possibly still support Trump surrounding the things that he's done more recently? Like, said the media doesn't have a right to critique him, or...
Yeah, those things are what's pulling me away from him, because I'm a big believer in freedom of speech. And, when I've been seeing, like, Jimmy Kimmel being taken off the air, like, that was just insane to me. Especially since, like, they tried to play it off as it was about Charlie Kirk. But, he was really just criticizing Trump.
Right. And then Trump made that clear the next day by saying that, all the media does is critique him, and they're not allowed to do that because they're licensed. So, I mean, even though he did that, like, why do you still support him at all?
I wouldn't say necessarily more Trump, but just like the right idea. Like, I've just always been right. So, like, I more support the right wing than the left. I don't agree with a lot of liberal, like, things, but I also don't agree with, like, the Republican things. Like, I don't agree with the support of Israel and the war,
Okay, so then what do you agree with him about?
Honestly, not much anymore. I got to say that, Dean. Not much.
Okay, listen. Told us that you're still in high school, you're younger, and it kind of just sounds like maybe you're basically associating yourself with the right because that's what is probably popular where you live. Your family's probably MAGA. And
yeah, down here in South Florida, yeah.
And you're not thinking for yourself. When I was I was much younger than you. By the time I was 18, I was thinking for myself. I think I was maybe 16 or so. I wasn't thinking for myself either. Please embrace thinking for yourself and to do your own research. Reject everything that you know about politics based upon what your family has told you and confirm that it is true or false by doing your own independent research. That is such a fair ask, right?
Yeah, absolutely, Dean. And I really appreciate that advice, because that's what I have been trying to do. That's why I've been pulling away from Trump. When I've been seeing a lot of the things like the secrets behind the war in Israel between Israel and Palestine and the things they're doing outside of that as well.
When you're doing your research on Israel, do your research on Israel. Just make sure you're not getting your information from a Nazi. That's what I will say. But do your research on Israel. Israel sucks. And there's going to be a lot of people out there that will give you the facts on Israel. Just make sure they're not coming from Nazis, because there's like a lot of like very like large and predominant like very alt-right figures that are like leaning into neo-Nazism that like to discuss and talk about Israel, that in maybe some ways could give you contorted information about them.
Yeah, thank you. How would you like spot someone like that? Because honestly, I don't know if I would be able to, like a neo-Nazi.
Nick Fuentes, or anybody that likes Nick Fuentes. They're going to be right about a couple things to do with Israel, but it's going to be through a lens of like disdain for Jewish individuals compared to like a legitimate upholding of truth. So, you know, that's why I'd recommend to try to stay away from those figures. You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely. I think I've actually become more familiar with Nick Fuentes recently because he's become so popular on TikTok. And, you know, I definitely agree with what you said.
Yeah,
There's a lot of correct statements, but it's definitely brought about in the wrong way.
Yeah, dude, Nick is like becoming like very, very popular amongst like young men in America, and it is terrifying me. Okay, like he is a full-on white supremacist. He is a full-on white supremacist. Do not listen to Nick. Don't listen to Nick. Please don't listen to Nick.
Yeah, definitely. Because I saw some of the things he was saying like about Israel, and I was like, dang, you know, from what I've seen other places, like he's low key right, but like what he's saying is kind of crazy, you know. I just don't.
Right. There's like some things that he will say that are right, like Israel's actively committing a genocide. The Palestinian individuals are being treated like very unfairly. It's a humanitarian disaster, right? And like those things are right. But it's more so like the process that he's using to yield those conclusions, like ultimately track back to the fact that he's like a white supremacist and incredibly anti-Semitic. But I'm going to go to move on to the next guest at this point. I appreciate you for the chat. But seriously,
no problem, yeah.
Like reject everything that you know, that you've been told from your family, and just do your independent research on these issues. We're going to move on to the next guest right now, everyone. Go ahead and hop in that queue. If you are an American adult that supports Trump, we're going to get you up here. Go ahead and put a Trump with your age down below in that chat if you do want to come up and have a conversation. You know, additionally, if you are MAGA and you're a woman, I would love to have you up here. I think that we've been chatting to men for the last 2 hours straight. So it'd be nice to have a MAGA woman up here. Go ahead and put Trump woman with your age down below in that chat. Put Trump woman with your age down below in that chat. I'll try to get you up here. If that happens to be you, we'll give it a shot here. We'll give it a shot. Hey, what's up? Do you support Trump?
Hi, yes I do.
And how old are you?
24.
What year were you born in?
2000.
What month?
November.
Perfect. Okay. Let me go ahead and thank a handful of people. Then we are going to go ahead and hop into the dialogue. Super duper quickly. Kayla with a 2 and Chance with a 5. Thank you for the love. And then Blake with a $20. Thank you so much. Let's get 200 Blake W's down below. Thank you so much, man. Blake says, haven't donated in a while, man, but I've been here every day and spreading your stream. Much love, brother. Much love to you as well, Blake. As well as Conjure with a $10 saying, Dean, when I'm almost maxed out on cortisol, I come in here for some hope, and you know I'm almost here daily. Thank you for bringing sanity to this madness. Conjure, I know you are in here almost daily. It's good to see you again. Thank you for the love. As well as Caitlin with the $15. Thank you so much for the love, Caitlin. And then Zachary with a 5. Avery with a 5. Thank you. And then Emily with a 15 saying, I'm curious if you've ever listened to Alex O'Connor's debates. Yes, I listen to him all the time. He's an incredibly intelligent person. Thank you for the $15, Emily. And then Ashlyn with a 10. Thank you so much for the love, as well as, yeah, if you get your sister or mom up here, I'll happily debate them, Ashlyn. And then Amanda, thank you for the $25 donation over on Venmo, saying thank you for everything that you do for our country. Thank you, Amanda, for being here, hearing me out, listening to what I have to say, and donating the $25. That is very kind of you. And then Kat, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. Darlene with the $5 on PayPal. And then Georgie Ann, thank you for the $25 donation on PayPal. And keep going, Dean. Thank you so much, Georgie Ann. Please show some love to all of our donors down below. And once again, if you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal in the link tree in my bio or in the pin message on that YouTube stream. Now, go ahead and take it away and tell us why you support Trump.
Hello.
Hey.
Hi. So I used to be a liberal. And I feel like, I don't know, like, I'm a dancer, and I feel like all the people that support us are MAGA people, and the liberals, they don't come in. I don't know, they don't spend money, they don't support us. So it's really just comes down to that, like, you know?
Are you trolling?
No, I'm serious.
Really?
Yeah, like,
Have you ever heard of like a political grifter before?
no, not really. What is
Like
that?
getting paid money to and then that money dictates your political beliefs?
I feel like there's a lot of stuff that people don't see. And like, I was a strong liberal before, like big feminist.
But how did getting money from Trump supporters change that?
Honestly, like, I feel like I couldn't get scholarships to college, so I ended up going to work as a dancer. And at the end of the day, like, they're the people, you know.
Dude, you're actually a grifter. You're actually a grifter. No, like if we just evaluate the facts here, you're like legitimately a grifter. You're letting who you get money from dictate your political beliefs. Like that's like definitionally speaking, a political grifter. Like,
yeah, that's fair.
boo.
Okay, fair, but that's the facts. Like, when I was, 18, yeah, it was cool to be a liberal and I was fighting for what I believed in, but
Well, why is
at
it
the
no
end of the
longer
day,
cool to be a liberal today? Like, what did getting money from some like Trump supporter change about the facts of what is true of the Trump administration and how they're hurting this country?
they're going and they're supporting women, they're supporting our independence, they're giving us money, and
First and foremost, Adam, once again, thank you for the $20. Saying sorry I didn't get to hear what you said. How did I do on the debate, and what can I do to get better at debating? Bro, it's that Donnie guy. You could get better at debating by tracking reality. Don't try to make sophist arguments for things that are false. Make common sense arguments for things that are true. Okay, acknowledge reality. But I appreciate you for the 20, as well as Aster with the $10, saying thank you so much for being awesome. It is Keira with a $30. Holy fuck, you guys are being so very kind today. Thank you. Kara says, I've never really been into politics, but watching your lives has been super duper informative, and what you're doing is phenomenal. Kara, I swear to God, give it 30 days and you're going to be the most political you ever have been in your lifetime if you keep on tuning in. Good for fucking you. Matthew, feel free to come back to the live. It doesn't actually look like he is going to come back, so I'm going to go. Oh.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. How old did you say you were, and what year were you born in?
I'm 19. I'm turning 20 in October.
Okay, and what year were you born in?
2005.
No, 05 is 20. No, 05
I'm turning 20 in October.
05 is 19 or 20. You're right. Okay, take it away.
I'm turning 20 in October.
That is true. That is true. Go ahead. Why do you support Trump?
So I want to know. I want to talk about Roe versus Wade.
Okay.
Real quick. So you think that Trump killed Roe? Is that what you think?
I think that Trump thinks he killed Roe. That's what he said. It is true. Yeah.
That's what he said?
Yeah, that is what he said. And it's something that he did. Yeah.
He said he killed him? Like for real?
Yeah.
That's not what you think?
No, that is what I think. And it's what he said. I was just strengthening my position by relaying it's not just simply what I think, but also what he said.
Okay, I'll talk about something else then. All right, so for like abortions, you know how like they banned abortion? And you blame it all on Trump. Why do you blame it all on Trump?
I don't blame it all on Trump, but I put some of the blame on Trump. A lot of the blame goes to the...
But every time you talk about it, you only bring up Trump about it. Though.
Yeah, because we're talking about
the
Trump.
States.
Right, because we're talking about Trump.
You never bring up how the states are the people that actually are the people who have to like ban those certain
I do.
things.
I just don't think that you really listen to my nudes.
And the stuff that you talk about, like
share some of the blame in abortion bans.
like people that get like raped and pregnant or something like that. There is bans on that stuff just in certain states.
Right.
And it's not Trump's fault that those states didn't ban that.
It is partially
the state's
his fault. It is partially his fault that they banned it.
It's not. It's the state's fault.
He was culpable in allowing them to ban it, so it is in part his fault. Like for instance, if you know that if you were to allow your child access to a firearm, that they would take that to school and commit a mass shooting, and you did allow them access to said firearm, would you be culpable to some extent in said mass shooting?
But that literally makes no. You're blaming Trump for something that a state did.
right? Because following the logic, it becomes clear. Yes, in the analogy that I just gave you, the parent that knew if their child was allowed this firearm would use it to shoot up a school, and they did allow their child to have that firearm, would be culpable to some extent. Well, similarly, Donald Trump knew if he elected these justices to overturn Roe v. Wade as he wanted, that some states would inevitably ban abortion, including in circumstances of rape, and they did. He is culpable to some extent.
Okay, I guess so. He is to some extent, but you keep every single time that I hear you talk about that, the way that you say it, like it's all Trump's fault, but it's not. It's the state. You never bring that up ever. You never bring up how it's the state that are the people who are putting that law. You never bring that up. You're blaming Trump.
You're repeating yourself, so I'll go ahead and repeat myself, but I'm not going to repeat myself beyond this.
Yeah, but every time you say it, you're trying to throw Trump into it some way, somehow.
Okay, I did place you on mute because I want to be able to respond to you. So the blame for that is going to be shared between Trump, the justices that overturned Roe v. Wade, and the states that banned it. Okay? Yeah, but obviously the live is about Trump. So for the most part, and like 99.9% of the conversations that we're having on this live, we will only be talking about the blame in which would be placed on Trump, not the blame that's placed on the justices or the states that banned it. But like that is still notable, it is still true, and it does still come up every once in a while. And I hope that clears it up. I think the only way that you could argue it doesn't clear it up is because you are dense and hard-headed as fuck, Matthew. I'm gonna go ahead and send you an invite to unmute now. In fact, I accidentally just muted you again because you unmuted yourself the picosecond before I attempted to unmute you myself. Go ahead.
For everything that I've ever done. Okay, so hold on, give me 1 second.
So why do you support Trump?
Because he's a good man. Hold on.
What am I holding on for?
ChatGPT, hold on.
Out of the live. We're going to move on to the next guest. Hop in that queue if you support Trump. We're going to get you pulled up into the live. Please only join if you happen to be MAGA. Only join if you are a Trump supporter, folks. Please. Please, please, please. As well as Leah. Thank you for the $15 donation on PayPal. Saying, thank you for what you do. Love from the Netherlands. Dude, love to the Netherlands. It is so beautiful up there. I really want to go out there at some point. Thank you for the $15, Leah. Show some love to Leah in the chat. As well as Sarah. Thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo saying it is Trump's fault. Yeah, of course. He shares some of that blame. 110% it is ignorant to say otherwise. As well as Jacqueline. Thank you for the $15 on PayPal. Thank you, Jacqueline. That is very kind of you. As well as Lois and Rebecca for the 5 each. Sorry, not Lois and Rebecca. Robin and Rebecca. Thank you guys so very much. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
No, I do not. I just kind of...
Unfortunately, I do have to disconnect you. I didn't even mean to bring you up. I meant to bring another guest up. Hang on with us for 1 second while I try to get that other guest up. There we go. We got Bad Barbie loading in. Hey, what's up, Bad Barbie? You MAGA?
Yes.
Bad Barbie, you should not be MAGA.
Well, you'll be MAGA one day when you start buying your own house and paying bills and doing all that shit.
I pay bills. I am fully independent.
You have your own house and you have your mortgage and everything?
I pay rent.
Oh, okay. Well, that's different.
Did you know that like the mortgage would be factored into the rent?
Did you know that
like the only difference
the
is that I
mortgage
just
rate
need to put it
has
down
dropped 1% since Trump took office? Did you know that?
Did you know that the Feds cut it 3 times in the last 4 months of Biden's administration, and they've only cut it 1 time in the first 8
No,
months
it
of
kept
Trump's?
raising. That's a lie. Thank you.
How much do you want to bet?
But not going to play your games, Dean.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
So I'm from Salt Lake City, Utah. So you probably know a lot about what's going on around here because I think you're also in Utah. What do you think about the liberals that bombed the news van today?
Wait, how do you know they're liberals if it happened today?
Well, they're immigrants.
How do you know they're immigrants if it happened today?
Because of their names.
You think that you could tell if somebody's an immigrant because of their name?
Well, I read the news and that's what it said.
What were their names?
What do you mean?
What were their names?
The last name was Nasir, Nasir. I don't know if that's like Indian or Arabian or
Okay, all right.
whatever. But
So
it was
this is
a
what we
father and
call
a son.
this is what we call
It was a father and a son.
what we call xenophobia.
And what does that mean?
What is
What do you I know what xenophobia means, but I'm saying, like, why would you say that?
I have a question. I have a question.
Why is that xenophobia?
I have a question. Do you think that
Because I said I don't know. I don't know.
Okay,
their
so would you say
nationality.
because the last name of like apparently the name of somebody like who bombed a news van was Nasir, this means that you could obviously just assume that they're an immigrant, obviously, and therefore, do you think that like immigrants are violent, or we have like an epidemic of violence from immigrants?
No, absolutely not. I'm an immigrant. What's wrong?
I just wasn't. That was a curveball there. Okay.
Yeah.
We just get to the point.
I was just wondering what you thought about that today, and the
is
fact
bad.
that your party keeps committing violence against, you know, the media, the political right. Why do you think that is?
Oh, well, yeah. So actually, if you exclude all mass acts of violence committed by individuals on the right or alt-right extremists, then yes, you will only be left with violence committed by individuals on the left. Yeah. So that's what we call the exclusion of data.
Okay, I'm just talking about late.
So that's what we call the exclusion of data from a set in order to create and manufacture a trend, okay? People on the right do this all the time. You're not the only individual guilty of such a terrible line of thought. Like, for instance, a lot of people will do this on the right with, like, mass shooters that are, like, non-binary or trans. So in the last 5 years, there's been 4 mass shootings committed by individuals that are non-binary and trans. Meanwhile, there's been over 4,000 that have been committed by individuals that are cis. But if you go on X, if you go on Truth Social, you will see this graphic of the 4 mass shooting committed by non-cis individuals in the last 4 years. And then it goes on to say that the community is just so violent and it's so bad and this is all an illness by excluding the 4,000 that were committed by cis individuals. And now this is exactly what you are doing as it relates to mass acts of violence with the conversation that we're having right now. You're saying that, well, apparently a liberal blew up a news van in Salt Lake City today, which is bad. That's wrong. Well, number one, you haven't given me any reason to believe that they're liberal. You just said they're liberal because their last name is Nazir. I mean, that's just very obvious, like, prejudice. But point number 2, you're not going to talk about the alt-right extremists that shot up Evergreen High School 2 weeks ago, right? You're not going to talk about that at all. In fact, the reason why you never talk about that is because you truly don't care about violence. You just care about attempting to condemn and place culpability on violence that you're indifferent to on the opposing political party in order to demonize them. Good. I'm mute. Thank you guys for the gifts.
Is that why Jimmy got fired for lying about the shooter being MAGA? Because he does not want to take accountability for his party being violent.
Do you think that Jimmy should have been canceled by the American government for suggesting that his shooter might have been MAGA?
First of all, he wasn't canceled by the government. He was canceled because he was on local news channels, right?
The FCC literally threatened to revoke his license. Like the license of Disney.
Exactly,
ABC.
because
the FCC is the government.
When you are on public broadcasting airwaves, you have a license to the FCC. Okay, and you have a responsibility to the public interest and what is good for the public. If you do not do that, and if you blatantly lie to the public and misinform them, propagandize them, the local government, or not the local government, but the local channels have a right, like Nexstar, they have a right, or the Scotch?
All these things that
they
you're saying.
are allowed. They're
Right.
allowed to take that license away because it's under the It's under the Communications Act of 1947, honey. Okay? It's a law. It's a regulation. They can do whatever the fuck they want on cable news and the internet, but they cannot do it on local channels. It's illegal.
Unless you're...
Period.
Okay.
Period. So don't fucking sit there and twist the truth because you want everything to fit your narrative. Because I ain't going to play these games. I told you from the beginning I ain't going to play these games with you.
Unless you're Brian Kilmeade on Fox News saying that mentally ill homeless people should be executed.
That's fucking wrong. Absolutely wrong.
Why would
Disgusting.
Why would he?
Disgusting.
Oh, and yeah, what did Donald Trump say about that?
I don't care what Donald Trump said about that.
Shit. Well, that really throws a wrench in your argument there, doesn't it?
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, you just got done telling me that, like, all these.
I've been a lifelong Democrat. I've been a moderate, and I was a Bernie Sanders fan, and I was an RFK Jr. fan, and I came over to MAGA because I followed RFK Jr. because I'm a true Democrat, not this liberal crazy bullshit that's going on today. Thank you.
Okay, name one thing that is more liberal, crazy, and bullshit than Donald Trump saying that media organizations don't have the right to critique him on air.
I think you're taking that out of context. I think you're twisting words. If you want, I'll fucking Google right now if you give me a minute. Did Donald Trump say about... wait, hold on.
This is going to be funny.
You're asking what Donald Trump said about what?
I'll just go ahead and play it for you.
I read someplace that the networks were 97% against me. I get 97% negative, and yet I won it easily. I won all 7 swing states, popular, I won everything. And if they're 97% against, they give me only bad publicity or press. I mean, are they getting a license? I would think maybe their license should be taken away.
Okay, but that's talking about public airwaves.
I didn't even hear that one. Dude, that's so crazy. That was my first time hearing that clip. So what I was operating off of is something else when he said that all these media organizations do is hit Trump. They have licenses. They're not allowed to do that. I didn't know that he literally said that maybe their licenses should be taken away. I had no clue he said that. What do you have to say about that?
Okay, but what I'm telling you is that public airwaves are public property, and to speak on public airwaves, to be broadcasted on public airwaves, you have to speak in the public interest. It is a regulation of the FCC.
It is not in the public interest to criticize the government.
No, if you lying to your audience, are you really going to sit here and promote propaganda and misinformation to audiences across America? Do you not think there's something wrong with that?
And misinformation.
Do you think there's something wrong with propaganda?
It is. Listen, Barbie, is that your name?
No.
What's your name?
That's my gamer name.
What's your name?
Allie.
Okay. Allie. I'm
Dean.
I'm not too smart of a guy. Okay?
Shut up.
I'm not too intelligent. So I think that we just need to slow it down, and I need to be like very clear on your points here so I can like follow the dialogue. So just to make it clear, your point.
Okay, I'll slow it down.
No, just allow me to speak. Just to make it clear, your point is that it is not in the public interests of this country to criticize the government in media.
No.
So
you're twisting the truth. It is not in the public interest for them to receive misinformation, lies, or propaganda.
Okay, well,
period.
Trump said to criticize him. And you're saying to spread misinformation.
Well, he's talking about before he was elected, and while he's been elected, these different companies owned by these multi-billionaires like Bob Iger, they sit there and twist the truth, and they make you want to hate him because he is not speaking in the interest of rich people.
Do you think that's what I do?
I think you believe the propaganda.
So if I was like a public broadcaster and I had to follow the FCC's regulations, do you think if like the Trump administration revoked my license to publicly broadcast that you would have any issue?
The Trump administration cannot revoke your license. It's the FCC that can revoke your license. It's the people that you work for. It's the ABC affiliate.
Who appointed the chairman of the FCC?
I don't know.
Trump!
Do you know?
Yes, Trump. Brendan Carr is his name. He was a Trump
I
appointee
know,
like 8 months
Brandon,
ago.
but I don't know everything about him, girl.
Okay, well, yeah, he was appointed by Trump and he works with Trump. So if the Trump administration's appointee, Brendan Carr, the chairman of the FCC, revoked my public broadcast license because...
But they
Can you
warned,
stop?
Can you stop?
Can you
Can you
stop?
stop?
Can you
Because
stop?
the FCC didn't revoke the license. They did not revoke the license.
Yeah, because
They
ABC
gave
and Disney didn't want to lose their
they
license, so
gave
they'd fucking
ABC
canceled Jimmy Kimmel. But I'm not talking.
A warning.
I'm
Do you
not
know what a
even-
warning is?
Do you know what my question was? Do you know what my question was? Because my question
No,
was if
because you stand there talking over me and you can't listen because you're just some
don't
20-year-old
even-
boy.
Oh, somebody's getting upset. I'm actually 21.
Oh my god. Oh, good for you. So salty, Dean.
I'm only giving
Why
the
are you so
energy I'm getting.
salty? You're like a kid. I'm 5.5. Motherfucker.
So if 21-year-olds are kids, I have a question. If 21-year-olds are kids and 20-year-olds are boys and girls, when Donald Trump...
I was kidding. I was talking about like...
So if 21-year-olds are kids and 20-year-olds are boys and girls, when Donald Trump told a 10-year-old girl that he was going to be dating her in 10 years, was he saying that he'd be dating a kid?
Okay, thanks for turning my mic back
Was he
on.
saying that he'd be dating a kid?
Well, they would be 20 when he would date them,
He
but
just said 20-year-olds are
still
boys
weird.
and 21-year-olds are kids.
Still weird. It's weird.
It's a little bit more than weird. It's perversion.
Kelly,
Kelly, thank you so much for the $20 over on Super Chat, saying that Colbert and Kimmel should start a stream called Only Bands. Lol, I love you, Dean. Dude, that'd be fire. Appreciate you for the $20, Kelly. As well as Mystery, thank you for the $10, saying project and cope. That's all that they have, and it's so frustrating. Yeah, I'm like I'm past the point of frustration. It's like it just disappoints me, honestly. As well as Olivia, thank you for the $30 over on Venmo, saying intelligent debate. I mean, I don't know if this is too much of an intelligent debate, but I appreciate you for the $30, Olivia. Show some love to Olivia down below in that chat. As well as Maggie, thank you for the $20 on Venmo with a blue heart. Thank you, Maggie. Show some love to Maggie down below. And then Lauren with a $10 saying Utahian here. We do not claim her. Ew. And then Olivia with a $10 saying keep spilling the truth, Dean. You're an inspiration for me and the reason I'm going back to school for a poli-sci. Love you so much. That is awesome. I'm very proud of you, Olivia. Thank you guys so very, very much. I'd also like to very quickly thank Catherine. Thank you so much for the $50 donation on PayPal. Holy fuck. Let's see 500 Catherine W's down below in the chat. Catherine says, holy hell, these people, ... Keep up the great work, my friend. Appreciate you. I appreciate you too. Thank you so much for the $50. That is nuts. Thank you so much. As well as Amy, that is AIMEE. Thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. Show some love to Amy in that chat. And then Matilda with the $5. Thank you guys so much. And then Annie, this is just in. Thank you so much for the $50 super chat over on YouTube, saying Brennan Carr wrote the section of Project 2025 about the FCC. Interesting, right? Well, Annie, he actually responded to a tweet yesterday saying that this was all in Project 2025 with a meme affirming that it's true. Thank you for the $50, Annie. And hey, back to you. So I'm going to go ahead and try to ask this question again. Can you promise me that you will listen to it?
Yeah.
Okay. So you've continued to reiterate that, like, seemingly you don't have an issue with misinformation being taken offline and banished by the Trump administration by revoking their licenses through the FCC. So, and then you kind of equivocated between misinformation and critiquing Trump, because Trump said, like, all these media organizations that are critiquing him should lose their licenses. Then you responded to that not by bringing up the critiques, but rather by arguing on misinformation.
They don't have licenses with the FCC.
Now I'd like to
That's the
clarify.
problem.
I'd like to clarify. Once again, my question would be, if I was a public broadcaster, if I was licensed, and Donald Trump got my license revoked, would you say that was good or bad?
First, the president can't have your license revoked.
He said they should.
Second,
through his
you have to
influence-
say it. You have to say it on a public channel, like a public local channel, like Channel 2, Channel 4. You know, all these public channels that are free and they are owned by the public, and they have licenses with the FCC. If you say something and the public has an outcry and there's complaints to the affiliates of ABC, CBS, NBC, then they have the right to pull that, because they have regulations that they have to follow under the communications of 1947 that they have to follow, or they will have fines and their license could get pulled and they'll lose a lot of money.
What was my question?
Do you think that you should have your license pulled? No. If you say things that I don't like, if the government has the right to take your license.
I'll re-ask the question. My question was, if I was a public broadcaster with a license through the FCC and I spent all my time criticizing Trump as I do, Trump said that people like me, if they're public broadcasters, should have their license revoked. We just listened to that clip together. So if I did have my license revoked because of
you
what Trump,
have the right to criticize the government.
Listen to what Trump says.
I read someplace.
Listen to everyone.
If they're 97% against, they give me only bad publicity or press. I mean, they're getting a license. I would think maybe their license should be taken away.
You just heard him say that the licenses of media organizations that disproportionately critique him should have their licenses revoked.
I understand, but it's open to interpretation, and people on the left and the right, I feel like they interpret things differently. And what Trump is really saying is that people spreading lies, blatant lies, misinformation, propaganda should not exist, Dean. Can you say that?
You're so insufferable.
Say that?
You have to completely change what he said in order to justify it.
No, it's
you
not,
clown.
because you are like
clown.
You're speaking in
You're an
literal
absolute
terms.
clown. You are such a spineless coward. It is unreal. Oh my God. You have to completely change what he said. Dude, imagine that Trump said, I'm attracted to young girls. And then you were like, well, I feel like the left and the right could have a different interpretation. When he says young girls, I think that he means adult women over the age of 35. That is basically what you're doing with this clip. Gary Bear, I appreciate you for the midnight cravings. Like, you just listen to him for 35 seconds say, well, they all report negatively on me. It is so much critique. It is so much criticism of me. And they should have their licenses taken. You hear that point blank period, and your response is say, well, I don't actually think that he's speaking about criticisms of me. I think that he's specifically talking about misinformation. And by the way, if he was targeting misinformation, why does he only want to specifically target misinformation on the left? Because if we listen very clearly to what he said there, he said the critiques of himself. So even if we accept your interpretation there and just say, well, it's particularly the propagandistic and misinformation critiques of him, well, then he's only saying he wants to punish misinformation as proponed by those on the left. But what about misinformation as proponed by those on the right? Because if we accept your interpretation, it seems like he'd only be closing the dot in on misinformation spread by liberals, but not people on the right. Do you think that that's right? Do you think that that's wrong? How do you feel about that?
Can you repeat your question?
Yeah, because you interpreted him saying that maybe we should revoke the licenses of like media organizations that criticize him as him saying that we should revoke the licenses of media.
Criticize.
That's what he said, was criticize.
Because this is
97% against, they give me only bad publicity or press. I mean, they're getting a license. I would think maybe their license should be taken away.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much. So he did say that. Thank you. Anyways, I'm going to go back to what I said. So you hear him say that we should take away the licenses of people that like criticize him on like public broadcasts. And you interpret that to saying that like criticize him unjustly and spewing misinformation or propaganda. Okay, well, the only individuals that would be speaking negatively on Trump and spewing false propaganda to make him look bad would be people on the left. So in other words, is your statement and your beliefs that you take away from listening to that clip the fact that you think that Donald Trump wants to prosecute and condemn and take down misinformation as spread by individuals on the left, but not misinformation as spewed by individuals on the right?
What news organizations are on the left besides, like, what What news organizations are on the right except for Fox News?
I'm not going to go through all of them, but we have like Newsmax. We have Newsmax. We have Fox News. We have like about 1 billion of them. I mean, I don't really listen to them, so I don't really.
Okay, so you know two.
Yeah, I do know two. I don't tune into them frequently, if you can't tell.
Yeah, and I think the problem is, Dean, is that you get your information from an echo chamber.
Bress, shut the fuck up and actually respond to what I said. You are actively pivoting and not engaging with the sentiment of my last statement. You are deflecting from the question. Once again, you interpreted what Donald Trump said there as taking away the licenses of those that criticize him, as saying that he wanted to take away the licenses of those that criticize him in spreading misinformation. The only people that would criticize him in spreading misinformation would be those on the left. So in other words, he's saying that he only wants to condemn, criticize, and take down misinformation that is spread by people on the left, but not on the right. So do you think it is fair, just, and good for our president to be sitting here trying to silence the dissenters and take down information that is spread by individuals on the left while letting any and all misinformation be spewed out of the ass by people on the right?
You're getting a little mad, you know. Take it down, honey. It's fine. We're having a discussion. You don't gotta yell. You know what I mean? So I don't think it's okay to pull licenses because of criticism, but if you lie to the public, if you spread misinformation, if you spread propaganda, I think that the media needs to be controlled because it's out of control right now. Dean, don't give me that look. I swear to God. Don't stop praying.
I am going to ask my question one last time. I will not ask it again after this. I want you to listen to every syllable, every word, and every statement uttered by my mouth. Okay?
Okay.
We both listened to Donald Trump say that he wants to take the license away from media organizations that criticize him. You interpreted this as meaning media organizations that criticize him by spreading misinformation. The only media organizations that would criticize Trump in spreading misinformation would be those on the left. Obviously, those on the right would not do this. So, in other words, the takeaway of your claim is that Donald Trump wants to condemn, criticize, and stop misinformation from being spread by the left while doing nothing about the misinformation spread by the right. Do you think it is fair, just, and presidential for Donald Trump to want to stop misinformation only on the left while paying no attention and no mind to said misinformation being spread by the right?
Of course not. It should be bipartisan.
Okay, so then you do not support what Donald Trump is doing here, and you think that he's launching a partisan attack on the speech of the press.
I like I said before, I'm sorry if you didn't understand what I was saying before, but I don't think it's okay to pull a license because of criticism, like negative criticism of someone. That's not okay. When anybody lies, when anybody spreads misinformation or propagandizes, it should not be allowed. It should be corrected. And
Dude, she has note cards. And the note cards didn't have a response to what I said, so she just started repeating the other ones. Unreal. Unreal. We're going to move on to the next guest. Hop back, QV Sport Trump. Yo, someone stranger, appreciate you for the $20 super chat saying conversation. She's not even engaging. Yeah, she wasn't engaging in the conversation because the note cards didn't tell her what to say. As well as Annie with another $20. Thank you so much. Saying the First Amendment protects the right for those broadcast channels to lie and to spread propaganda. Her entire argument is nonsense. Yeah, that's also true. That's also true. You could only take down a broadcasting channel through a civil lawsuit if they were to defame or hurt you, right? But that's the only speech that would be non-protected under the First Amendment. Of course, is defamation and slander. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
Okay, let me go and thank a handful of people here. Rachel, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you for the love. As well as Lion, thank you so much for the $10 saying delusional Trump fucking lies and spreads misinformation all the time. 30,000 lies in his first 4 years. Mariam with the $10 saying, keep it up, Dean. You deserve this for the suffering you endured during that last debate. I'm going to spend that on therapy. Thank you for the love, Mariam. As well, Serena Rose with the 10. Thank you so much. And Serenity with the $10 as well, saying, sorry, but I cannot deal with the live stream today. MAGA needs to seriously look in the mirror and to see how insane and annoying they always are. Yeah, that could get pretty bad. As well as Silent, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. Silent with a $10 says, thank you for educating us all. Well, I appreciate you for being here and hearing me out for what I have to say. As well as Kellyanne, thank you so much for the $25. And Jacqueline with the 20. Show some love to Carrie Ann and Jacqueline down below. Kellyanne says, I'm blown away by you and Parker and what you guys do all the day for the people. I'm a mental health therapist and I stand with you. I extend my services to you and Parker anytime free of charge. Dude, Kellyanne, I might just have to take you up on that one day. Thank you so much for the very kind and generous offer. And then Jacqueline said, we love you, Dean. Thank you so much. And then In with the $30 over on PayPal. Show some love to In down below. In says, doctor tuning in after a night shift. Nothing more soothing than listening to MAGA fools being schooled. Well, I hope they had a good day at work. And let's go ahead and school the rest of the MAGA fools. Thank you so much for the love. That is very kind of you. Thank you so much. And then Cadence with the $20 super chat over on YouTube. Thank you. Hey, take it away. So why do you support Trump?
Okay, so I used to be a die-hard Trump supporter. I even had the Daddy's Home sweatshirt. I took it very seriously. But recently, previously I had not really dug deep into the Israel-Palestine situation. It never really was part of my search history. And recently I have been digging down that hole, and it has definitely changed my views a lot. And I'm honestly questioning it now. If I could go back, I probably wouldn't vote for Trump. But I did. So I think I more support the views of the right more than I do Trump.
I gotta kick you because you told us that you wanted to vote for Trump. I wasn't gonna talk about this until she was gone, because I didn't want anyone else to like click on her profile and go see it. Her bid video was wild. What the fuck, dude? How about a hi? What happened to hello? What the fuck, dude? Oh my goodness. Wiggle it? She wants to wiggle. We're going to move on to that next Trump supporter. Hop in that queue if you support Trump. If you don't know what I'm talking about, if you didn't see it, you are lucky. You are lucky. Let's go ahead and move on to the next guest, guys. Go ahead and hop in that queue if you're an American adult that supports Trump as president. Lissa, thank you for the $5 over on Super Chat saying that Keto blocked you from last night. Yeah, I wonder how Keto's doing. Bro, why do we keep getting these crazy guests, guys? Only hop in that queue if you support Trump as president. Please, 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 please follow the rules, y'all. Let's go to get that next guest up here. What's going on? Do you support Trump? Katrina's not here, so we're going to go to kick her and move on, quite frankly. If you're watching and you're like, hey, I like this Dean guy. I like what he does. I enjoy his streams. And you want to support me, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok. Get 100% of the proceeds over there, as well as you can find them in the pin message of that YT stream. But let's go and get that next guest loaded up in here right now. Stop asking for the chat in the... stop asking for the ad in the chat, y'all. I'm gonna have my mods block that one out. What's up, man? Do you support Trump?
What's that?
I don't think that they're here either. We're going to move on to the next guest. Let's go ahead and move on. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, hello?
Hey, what's up, man? You MAGA?
Yes, sir.
How old are you?
18.
What year were you born in?
2007.
Is that you in your profile picture?
No, that's my father. He passed away, unfortunately.
Oh, man. I'm sorry to hear about the death of your father. Well, go ahead and take it away and tell us why you support Trump.
So I was wondering why you're a liberal, really, because liberals really have stricter policies when it comes to vaping. But
it's an anxiety pin. Just kidding. I got to stop doing that. Dude. So you guys have noticed I've calmed down on the anxiety pin troll because it has like legitimately tarnished my reputation as a professional political commentator. It has tarnished my reputation so badly. That clip has been circulated so much by people on the right, and in the last week, a lot by people on the left. Okay? It's like if there's ever a point where a group of people don't like me, that group of people, they then find the anxiety pin crash out clip and then they take it seriously. Oh God, that is forever gonna haunt me. I'm gonna be 85 years old, dying in a nursing home while my grandchildren make me dinner because I can't make it for myself. And then my neighbor's gonna roll up in their wheelchair and be like, the anxiety? Do you still have that anxiety pin? Do you still need it? Let's go ahead and move on to the next guest. Hop in that queue if you're an American adult that supports Trump as president. We're gonna go ahead and get you loaded up in here. Let's see who's next. Right now we got Sean loading in. Here we go. What's up, man? You MAGA?
I'm in between.
Oh, sorry, Simon. Feel free to hop back in that queue if you do support Trump as president. For whatever reason, the first syllable of you sounded like really young, but then as you continue to speak, you sounded of age. Feel free to hop back in that queue. I'll happily get you back up here. If you happen to be a Trump supporter, my apologize for the faulty kick. My apologies. We're gonna move on to the next guest right now. Hop in that queue if you support Trump. And go to put a Trump with your age down below in that chat. We'll get you pulled up here. We'll get you pulled up here right now. Okay. All right. Who is next? Who is our next Trump supporter? We're going to get them loaded in right now, guys. We got Gary Calzone loading into the live. While we get Gary loaded in, there's a couple of people I like to thank. Let's see here. Serena Rose, thank you so much for the $10. As well as Hammond Hassan, thank you for the $10. Saying I'm a big fan. Say hi, please. Well, hello, Mr. Hassan. Thank you so much for the $10. As well as Leela, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo. That is very kind of you. Leela says, love listening to your baits. That's fucking awesome. Thank you for being here, and thank you for the $20. And then Jordan with the 10. I appreciate you for the love as well as your message there. And then Julie, thank you for the $20 on Venmo as well, saying thank you for all that you do. As a 49-year-old woman, I've learned a lot from listening to you. Question, can you recommend an unbiased news source that I could use? I like cross-referencing AP and Reuters. If you cross-reference AP and Reuters, you'll get pretty reliable reporting. As well as Julie, thank you for the $25 as well on Venmo from a different Julie, so show some love to the two Julies. The second Julie says, please keep talking to people and helping them understand the truth. Trump is criminal. He literally is a criminal, 34-count felon. What's going on, Gary? Do you support Trump?
I do.
Okay.
How are you doing, man?
You know, I'm actually doing quite fine on this good day. Go ahead and take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
Good. I think I got two reasons. One's a little bit more legit. The other one's probably on the petty side. I think the first reason, would be I'm a 32-year-old father. I'm pretty much definition of middle class over in Iowa. Basically, in my adult life, I've been through Obama, Trump 1, Biden, Trump 2. So I think economics is going to be my top reason. I'm what I guess you would call like a libertarian MAGA. So I have 100,000.
Gary, sorry, man. I had to kick you there. Nothing like bad about you. You just had some art on your page, and everyone in the comment section was spamming, look at his fourth vid. And I don't want an unsuspecting minor that is watching the live to click on your page to look at what the chat is telling them to look at, just to see what I would consider is not safe for work. So we're going to move on to the next guest. No harm or foul on you for having interests in creating such art. No harm on you. Okay, we all have our interests, but just don't want an unsuspecting minor to go over and see something I'd consider NSFW. Well, come in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay, how old are you?
31, born in 94,
okay,
and I'm a
What is? I'm sorry, this isn't about you. I'm just like, what is going on with the guests today and like having like very lewd videos? Man, yeah, go ahead and take it away. Tell us why you support Trump. What is going on?
Sweet. I appreciate it. So the reason I support Trump, I guess, would probably, for me, would be more from a social stance. I guess to be, if you're talking about abortion or you're talking about transgenderism and a stance on those two specific things.
Are you driving?
And also, I am in a vehicle, yes.
Are you driving the vehicle?
No. I'm parked at my house right now.
Okay. Could you disconnect your phone from Bluetooth? We'll be able to hear you a lot better. And while you're disconnecting your phone from Bluetooth, I want to go down and thank a handful of people. Kelly, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. Sorry, not PayPal, on Super Chat, saying, hey, guess who wrote the chapter on FCC and the conservative blueprint known as Project 2025? That's right. It's Brendan Carr, who is now in charge of the FCC. Yeah, that is right. Insane shit. As well as Barbara, thank you for the $50 Super Chat as well. Show some love to Barbara down below. Thank you so much. Barbara says, that last woman had me looking for vodka, the MDRUG, stuffed animals, and every fucking thing I could find to calm my anxiety. Keep the damn pin, Dean. No, I need to get off the pen. Like, it is really bad. But I think it'd be hard considering what I do. Oh my God. Whoa, one fucking second. Alex, thank you so much for the $250 donation over on PayPal. That's fucking insane. Hey, Alex, thank you. That is nuts. I do not deserve that. All the love to you, dude. Show some love to Alex down below in the chat. Holy shit. Alex says, you're awesome. Keep up the good work. Alex, thank you so much for your love and for your support. That is just absolutely outrageous. Thank you so much a billion times over. So much, Alex. Thank you so much, dude. And Mr. Guest Dakota, go ahead and take it away. Tell us why you support Trump. But while he's telling us why he supports Trump, please show some love to Alex down below in the chat. Take it away, Dakota.
So I guess I'd say primarily I would support him from a Christian standpoint. So I'm a local pastor in Texas, and I hold to conservative views. Okay. And so I would say for me primarily it would be from a social stance. Like I don't know if this is getting kicked off. I don't agree with Trump on every single thing as an individual, but I would say as far as like his political views, who he nominates from the political realm, and then also from a social stance, being a Christian, what he stands for.
Listen, man,
I guess for me,
Trump is, I don't know. If I was a Christian, I would never support Trump in about 1 billion years, okay? My reason being is that, my reason that I wouldn't support him if I was a Christian is because, he's not a Christian, okay? He's very publicly said he's not a Christian. Not to mention the fact that he's violated like 8 or 9 out of the 10 commandments, and his policy is antithetical to what we see described in the Bible. I mean, sir, you said that you're a pastor, so I bet you know what Psalm 23 is about. We see a very heavy emphasis in Psalm 23 surrounding the fact that if you give glory to those that have less than you, then you will be given glory in the kingdom of heaven, as well as we see a repeated theme in Matthew, I believe, where God says how you treat the lesser of those among you is how you would be treating God, putting a heavy emphasis on helping those that have less than you. Meanwhile, we see the policy that Donald Trump is passing is hurting those that have less than us by taking health care away from 10 million low-income Americans, or doing a great redistribution of wealth from the poor to the rich, according to a study done on the big beautiful bill by the Center of Budget and Policy Priorities. That is just so incredibly antithetical to any true Christian worldview.
and I would agree with some of what you're saying, but I guess I would challenge you on this. So let's just say we go back to whenever him and Biden were running against each other. When you look at Biden and what he supports, I mean, just morally, every one of his views and everything that he stands for is going to be contrary to what I would hold to be gospel truths. And so for me, it's not that I support Trump as an individual, and I would agree with you in some of the violations that he's broken according to the moral law, the commandments, or the moral law that Christ has given in the New Testament, or Paul or Peter, whoever. But I would argue that for the sake of Christianity and morality, and like let's just use like abortion for example.
Wait, I'll let you continue your argument, but what you just said is so disingenuous. No, listen, I'm going to be clear with a handful of points that Kamala Harris ran on in the election that were not diametrically opposed, but rather symmetrical with Christian teachings. She was so very adamant about acceptance and equality for everybody. It doesn't get more Jesus than loving all of your neighbors, okay? She ran on policy to help low-income Americans, to help the average American. It doesn't get more Christian than helping those that have less than you, okay? She ran on policy to make families have an easier time raising their children. What's more Christian than ensuring the families that do exist have it as best off as possible? These are all values that she spoke about and that she implemented inside of her policy that are so incredibly symmetrical with some of the most important teachings of the gospel. How can you as a pastor like defy your God, defy the teachings of your God's word, all with the intent of propagandizing the moral virtues of a Democrat? You're going to have to come back to the app so I can hear you.
Right now, and the interest rates now, I mean, I got a buddy who works at the Ford dealership, and I mean, just the lowest you can get is for the price of groceries. Being 31 years old, like the guy previously said to me before, living through multiple presidencies, you've seen just how they've wrecked the economy. And I mean, I'm not going to argue the economic side entirely, because I know that there's a lot that goes into that. But from a social stance, I mean, her take on abortion, her take on LGBT community. And you got to understand from our stance, right? It's like, if God's real, right? Let's just, a hypothetical for you, a reality for me. If God is real, and I believe him to be real, and the Bible to be true, Christ to be the Messiah, and the gospel is true, then I cannot vote for somebody who at the core of their belief is going to support things like abortion. They're going to support transgenderism. It's super simple. Another super simple analogy would be like allowing men into women's sports, stuff like that. And it's not like a hate on anybody.
You can never support somebody that thinks men should be able to go in women's private spaces.
No, not necessarily. I don't. And let me just say this too. There's a quote by Charles Spurgeon.
No, we're gonna go to cut it there. We're gonna go to cut it there. You just affirmed that you can never support somebody that thinks men should be in women's private spaces, right?
No, I did not.
You didn't? Should we roll the... Let's just listen to what you just said.
Agree with Trump on every single thing as an individual. They shouldn't be in women's space.
Listen. Just listen to the live. Oh, it's frozen. You're going to have to come back to the app so I can hear you.
Can you hear me? Yes, so men should not be allowed in women's sports.
Okay, you're talking over. I'm trying to roll this clip back from the YouTube stream where you did indeed affirm that you could never support anybody that thinks men should be allowed in women's private spaces. Do you agree that you could never support somebody that thinks that?
When you're talking about like a man going into a woman's restroom, no, I couldn't support that.
What about a woman's private changing room unconsensually to look at them while they're naked?
No, I couldn't support that.
Even if it was Trump?
Like I said earlier, I would have to weigh out.
Well, could that be construed, however, as
conflict?
Yes.
I don't see it as a conflict.
It could be a conflict of interest, but it's the kind of thing you worry about later.
Oh, I see.
You tend to think about the conflict a little bit later on.
The question is, how can it not be construed?
No, I mean, some of these foreign girls, Mr. Trump, my country, we say hello with vagina. And
Bruh, he literally is interrupting the clip before it plays to already start the mental gymnastics to convince us all of his hypocrisy. Okay. Hold off the mental gymnastics, the cult-like behaviors, and the hypocrisy for just another 30 seconds while we roll the clip.
You could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
like
everything is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women, and so I sort of get away with things like that.
So you told us you can never support somebody that thinks men should be allowed in women's private spaces, and then I played you a clip of Donald Trump not just boasting about men going in women's private spaces, but more specifically, sexually exploiting naked women and naked underage teen girls at Miss Teen USA and Miss USA by unconsensually walking into their dressing rooms while they had no clothes on to look at them, then to turn around, laugh and boast about it and how good they looked on air. The very obvious implication here would be is that therefore you could no longer support Trump. That is what would be logical. If I told you I could never eat a hamburger with ketchup on it, and you say, well, what about this hamburger with ketchup? It would only be logical for me to say, I will not eat that. Because I just got done telling you that I will never eat a hamburger with ketchup on it. So if you say that you could never support somebody that is boasted about walking into the private space and sexually exploiting naked women and naked teen girls, and then I say, well, what about this man that has done exactly that? It would only be logical to say you could never support them. You're at a fork in the road. Path number 1, redact your support and loyalty from Trump. Put it back to God, right? You said that you're a pastor. Path number 2, ignore the reason, ignore the logic, ignore what is obvious and common sense, contort reality, play your mind games, and justify your hypocrisy. I'm going to go ahead and unmute you and mute myself. What path will it be?
So like I said when I first started the conversation, I do not agree with everything that Trump does. Like that in specific, yes, I would preach against. That's not healthy, I mean, for anybody. So I would stand with you on that in that sense. But what I'm saying is just a quick weighing you for a second with the same standard. Would you say that you agree, like, for example, who would you have voted for the last election?
I don't think you gave me a clear response to my question.
Oh, no, I did. You asked I could not support, and I would tell you, which also I've never heard that clip, so I'm not going to lie and pretend like I have heard that clip, and I supported him knowing that because I didn't know that. He said that.
Well, do you still support him now?
Him as a person, no.
Yeah, that's mental gymnastics, what you're doing right now. You're trying to separate...
Well, would you support everything that anyone that you would have voted for?
So you're trying to
every single thing?
You're trying to separate the person from the president, but the person is the president, which means you wouldn't support the president if you don't support the person. Point number 2, the second form of mental gymnastics that you're engaging in right now, is by trying to shift the goalpost away from what you had said, which is you can never support them if they did this, to now saying you can never support that fact of them if they did this. However, you could still support them overall. It's a rhetorical device that you're employing right now to attempt to silently shift the goalposts, but I'm loudly exposing you to everyone.
I mean, I was pretty clear in the beginning of the conversation that no, I don't. Like, let me give you an example. The first time that Trump ran for president, I didn't vote for him because my views were conflicting with him. The second time I was faced with Biden, Kamala, Trump, right? And so I'm looking at a group of people who are going to advocate for everything that I am against, or I can look at somebody who, yes, I'm not familiar with every statement he's ever made, but no, if you're asking me as a pastor, yes, I would say I disagree with that statement. And if I were to be in front of Trump, I would tell him the same thing. Like, I think that you're wrong in that. I think it's an area you need to repent in. I don't condone that behavior at all. In the same way that I would do if I was in front of Kamala Harris or Joe Biden on the issue of abortion. If they were president, I would support them as president, but I would still disagree. And I think that that is the issue that you're going to run into as well, is that you may not support Trump, you may support somebody else in the future.
I actually don't think that you as a pastor of Christianity would have an argument against Kamala Harris's position on abortion. I think that you should actually agree with it.
Give me a 20-second run through, if you don't mind.
Yeah, for sure. So what denomination are you? I'd assume like some mainline, like liberal, like revisionist, or I don't know. Maybe you sound a little bit evangelical. Do you like what denomination do you preach for?
Reformed Baptist.
Reformed Baptist. Perfect.
Yes.
So that means that you believe in scripture solely, right? You just look at the
Yeah,
scripture.
sola scriptura.
Sola scriptura.
Scripture
There we go.
alone.
You just look at the scripture alone. There's the normative authority of the church. Anywhere in scripture,
Yes.
do we have a clear description that some sins are worse than other sins outside of blasphemy?
For the sake of the argument, I will quote one scripture that says, all unrighteousness is sin. So all unrighteousness is a violation of God's holiness, yes.
So we don't have like a clear description that like one sin is worse than any other sin, right?
If you're talking about the consequence from an eternal perspective, which this is a whole long conversation I would have. Like if I'm discipling somebody who stole a Kit Kat and they're convicted, or if I'm discipling somebody who just went and killed somebody and they're like, hey, I struggle with killing people as opposed to I struggle with stealing Kit Kats, I would say that one of them, yes, would bear more weight of a consequence in the eyes of the Lord.
Okay, and how do you know that?
I would have to look at it from an atonement stance, an atonement perspective. So, for example, for a believer, I know you're probably familiar with the Old Testament when the blood was put over the doorpost and the angel of death passed over all those where the blood of the doorpost was put over. And so those that were inside the house that had the blood on the doorpost were likely in the same condition sinfully as those who did not have the blood, but that atonement passed over and there was grace given. And I would say the grace that's given for us as believers is the same grace that allows us to progress into righteousness, to put away sin, stuff like that.
It doesn't really sound like you're answering the question, though, because once again, I'm just asking you, does it clearly say anywhere in the scripture that one sin is worse than the other sin, or one sin would warrant more consequences?
Specifically, and in that phrase like that, no, it does not.
Okay, all right. So then you're just telling us that the scripture doesn't clearly state that, and we'd have the most reason to believe that all sins are identical in the eyes of God outside of blasphemy, right?
For the sake of argument, I'll agree with you.
If all sins are identical in the eyes of God outside of blasphemy, meaning that they're all identically as wrong, well, if you want to argue that abortion should be illegal because it's a sin, meaning that it's wrong, reasonably you'd also have to say that, lying to your child telling them that Santa Claus exists should be legal as it is a sin and just as wrong as the sin of abortion. Now, you don't want to say that. In fact, I know you're not going to say that unless you want to correct me, which leaves you with the logical issue of how do we effectively run a criminal justice system on the basis of Christianity? And, well, the answer to that is we can't. We cannot coherently operate and or run a criminal justice system on the basis of Christianity because all sins are just as wrong in the eyes of God, and that presents us with a big issue of legislating online compared to murder or abortion, right? Now, because of that, this means that a good Christian, a logical Christian, should rather endorse running a criminal justice system on secular standards, not rooted with that in your Christian faith and or scripture. Now that we accept that basis, unless you have a secular argument that abortion is wrong, you should endorse, just like Kamala Harris, who's also a Baptist, as yourself, that abortion should be legal, although you may have your personal moral convictions against it.
I would say that abortion should not be legal on the basis that the willful acceptance of sin should not be something that should be applauded. So, like, for an example, because I stole a Kit Kat shouldn't justify that I can go do something like taking somebody's life, right? I don't think that should be weighed in that manner.
Should it also be illegal? Should it also be illegal to lie to your children and tell them that Santa Claus exists?
Well, the consequence of which I don't. I mean, I've told my kids Santa Claus isn't real, but at the end of the day, if I do that, that's not taking a life, right? Like, it's not preventing an individual from having the opportunity.
But in saying that's not taking a life, you're just describing the reason why, in your eyes, abortion is a sin. But this doesn't change the fact that you've already agreed that all sins are identical in the eyes of God. So abortion is a sin because it's taken a life. That's what generates its wrongness in the eyes of God, just like lying is a sin because it violates the Ten Commandments, and that's what is generating its wrongness in the eyes of God. But we do know that those wrongness are equivalent and identical in the perfect moral standard. So now that we know that the wrongness is equivalent and identical of these two sins, why should one be legal? Meanwhile, the other should be illegal. I've had this conversation with a pastor before, You're the second pastor I've had this conversation with. Hey, dude, it's, and he left. He left. Dude! Pastor, if you're still listening to this, you should not be proud right now. You were just having a conversation exploring the truth and the facts and the factors of the Word of God. And you bowed out. As a pastor, kind of disappointed in you. Kind of disappointed in you, man. That is your career. That is your vocation. That is your life's dedication. Pretty disappointed in you, man. We're going to move on to the next guest. But that does present a very interesting point of inflection for followers of Christ that want to apply sins to a criminal justice system. Now, before we move on to the next guest, 20-second history lesson, the Catholics discovered this issue like 500 years AD, right? So the Catholics discovered this issue so long ago. And that's when they came up with the distinction of venial sins, mortal sins, et cetera, et cetera. So they could categorize the wrongness to effectively legislate a state and interact personally in the real world. But guess what? If you're not a Catholic, like that last guest, who was a Reformed Baptist, you don't have that ability, which presents an incredibly, uniquely hard to overcome logical issue with the application of the Bible to a criminal justice system and a state's legislation. We're going to move on to the next guest, guys. Hop in that queue of you, Sport Trump. We're going to go and get you loaded up here right now. Let's get them up here right now. You guys hop in that queue. That's one of my favorite conversations. I want to one day be able to hear a cogent response to that argument because I've never heard one. Honestly, if you think you have one, and of course you're not Catholic or Orthodox, right? Because I know that you guys do. You should shoot me a DM. What's up? Do you support Trump?
I do,
Okay.
but there is.
What time is
it? What do you say?
What time is it?
For me right now, I live in Sweden, but I just wanted to ask if it's okay.
I'm so sorry, man. We are just looking to talk to American adults that support Trump as president. So we're going to move on to the next guest, y'all. And once again, for everyone hanging out with us in here today, thank you so much for being here. We're going to move on to the next Trump supporter right now. Let's get them up in here right now, you guys. We're going to move on to that next guest. Go and put a Trump with your age down below in that comment section. Put a Trump with your age down below in that comment section. We are just looking to talk to Trump supporters. We got that next guest, Leo, loading in right now. Okay, here we go, guys. We got Leo loading up. Go ahead and let me know if you're MAGA down below. We'll get you connected. And how are you guys enjoying the debate so far today? Let me know if you've learned something new so far down below in that chat. Let me know. In the meantime, we got Kilo loading up. Here we go. Yo, Sharon, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. As well as I read your message there. Thank you for the love. As well as Ariana, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Saying, please share the video of beauty contestants speaking out on Trump's behavior. Also, thank you for everything that you do. Ariana, can you actually share a link to that video under your donation? Just drop it in the comments. And then Crystal, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Show some love to Crystal down below. Thank you. Crystal says, keep up the good work. I'd like to make you a shirt that says get push. Bro, I'd love to fucking do it. What's up? Do you support Trump, Kilo?
Yeah, I support him to go to jail. Bye.
You support him to go to jail? Based, but banned, unfortunately, because we are just looking for Trump supporters. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go. We got Evie loading up. In the meantime, Olivia, thank you for the $25 on Venmo, saying one-sided intelligent debate. Yeah, because the last one was intelligent debate. Now it's one-sided. That's funny. Olivia, I appreciate you for the love. Hope you're having a good day. As well as Rebecca with the $15 13 minutes ago, saying the brainwashing astonishes me. Me too. It's like you're talking to a wall sometimes. I appreciate you for the love. As well as Brittany, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much for the love. Then Daniel and Rachel with a 5. And Paloma, thank you so much for the $15, saying big fan. I watch you every break I can at work. Can you also shout out my children's book? I'll have to check it out first. I'll look it up. As well as Lila, thank you for the $10, saying number one grifter. Thanks for the free followers. I think that's somebody hating. I'm going to go ahead and donate that $10 to Planned Parenthood. You have a good rest of your day. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
And how old are you?
22.
You sound underage and you sound British, so I'm gonna have to disconnect you. We're gonna move on to the next guest. Here we go. All right, Cornbread loves you. We got you loading up. What's
Hi.
up? Hey, what's up? Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
21.
Okay. Real quick, Jonah, thank you for the $10 on PayPal saying thoughts on Gavin Newsom as president. He wouldn't be my first pick, but he's better than JD Vance for sure. Corey and Lori, I appreciate you both for the $5 over at PayPal as well. And Lori, once again, with another $5. Thank you. If you're watching and you'd like to support me, you can support me on Venmo and PayPal, which you can find in the link tree in my bio on TikTok. Get 100% of those proceeds, and they go straight to me. In fact, you'll get a notification at the top of my phone where I could read out your name and any and all attached messages. You could also find them in the pinned message on that YouTube stream, and you could also support over on Super Chat on YouTube. But Cornbread, take it away. Why the hell do you support the worst president of your 21 years of life, Mr. Donald Jimothy Trump?
Death to Charlie Kirk, an all-white supremacist. He deserved death.
Okay, I'm going to go to assume that they actually didn't support Trump. But let's go to move on to the next guest. Give us a minute. We got ZB loading up into the stream. Everyone, do give us a minute. We got them loading in. What's going on? Do you support Trump? Okay, it looks like they're not here either. Everyone, just do give us a minute, y'all. We got that next guest loading up in here right now. We got Bilithy.com connecting. Hey, what's up? Do you support Trump? What the fuck? That was like a 3-year-old. Okay, we're going to move on to the next guest right now. Everyone, just do be patient. We got Brian loading up into the box. And Gare Bear, thank you for the motorcycle. I really appreciate you for the love. What's up? Do you support Trump? Nah, Brian's gone. Go and put a Trump with your age down below. Go to put a Trump with your age down below. I think that we're running out of Trump supporters. I think that we're running out of Trump supporters, quite frankly. Quite frankly, we're running out of Trump supporters. Oh, and all of a sudden they've now spawned in the chat. Matthew Johnson, your account is private. If you unprivate your account, you'll be able to join. I'd love to chat. Okay, we're going to get that next guest up here right now. We just invited our next guest. Hey, Wicked Hex, thank you for the $15 on Venmo. Show some love to Wicked Hex down below. They said, don't you think Dims failed us by not having anyone in office worth supporting? Devin, thank you for the galaxy. Yeah, I wish that there was like better Democratic leaders, like 110%. As well as Kelly with a 10. Read to yourself.
Yo.
I appreciate you for the $10. What's up? Do you support Trump?
You know it.
Are you driving?
Not no more.
Okay, perfect. So why do you support the worst president of your life?
The best one of the best one to exist, you mean?
So you think that the best president in the history of this country is the one to end the First Amendment and to silence the dissent of the media by saying that he thinks that the licenses should be revoked of any media organization that criticizes him? Are you just like full like pro-dictatorship? Is that what you mean?
No. My favorite part about him is that he's getting all the gay stuff out of the schools and stuff.
Okay. Name one specific thing that is in the curriculum of schools that you don't think should be in the curriculum of schools.
Trannies.
Okay.
Teaching.
And we're going to kick you and move on to the next guest. Here we go. Hop in that queue if you support Trump. Oh, wait. I remember that guy. By the way, he's pro P3-ophilia. I've talked to him before. He's literally pro P3-ophilia. It's all just a projection. It's all just a projection. It is all a projection. Moving on to the next guest. We got Chris Lay, 3 loading up into the box. Do you guys remember him? I remembered his profile picture. He's the one that came up here and he was just saying that like he's like totally okay with like Trump sexually exploiting young girls. I remember him. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yo, what's good, bro? Yeah, I do.
Okay, how old are you?
23.
Sweet. Real quick. Coral, thank you for the $50 over on Super Chat. I appreciate you for that love. Let's get 500 Coral W's down below in that box. Coral says, had a very long week along with everything going on right now in our country. Thank you for being a beacon of hope in all of this madness. Coral, I'm so sorry that you've had a long week, and I appreciate you for being here, and I hope that this stream can help alleviate some of that stress. Good to see you, and thank you for the $50. Go ahead and take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
Oh, no, I was just listening earlier. You were talking to that pastor. You said if you don't support the person, you shouldn't support them as president, right?
Do you support Trump? I'm confused because I just...
No, yeah, I do, but I was just trying to relate back to that point.
Yeah, I'd say like overall, like somebody's like a pretty bad person, you probably shouldn't support him as president. I can't really like think of many examples or I guess examples where this wouldn't be true. But it definitely wouldn't be true for Trump.
Okay, so just like an analogy. So like when do you know who Deshaun Watson is?
No.
He's an NFL quarterback, and he got like allegations of like rape and stuff like that. Do you think the Browns fans should have stopped supporting their team?
If their quarterback had allegations of rape, if their quarterback was a rapist, I'd probably find another team to support.
Oh, okay. Well, that was pretty much it.
Do you disagree?
I mean, I wouldn't change my whole fandom based off one player on my team having.
Dude, I think I would. Like, if the QB was a rapist and like the team just allowed him to continue to play on the team, I'd be like, fuck that team.
I mean, yeah, they suspended him while the investigation was going on, but he ended up playing again. But
So
I don't think I would.
Did they take it to court and they found like he wasn't guilty of it?
I'm not really sure the end result, but I guess he wasn't.
Tell us why you support
accused
Trump.
of it. I actually had a question. So I'm a pro Second Amendment, obviously, but I just wanted to hear your take on this because you're obviously probably a lot smarter than me. But I am a Republican, but I do agree that there should be some sort of reform in the Second Amendment. Like, it shouldn't be this easy to access like guns and stuff like that. And I definitely don't think we should be allowed to buy like ARs or automatic weapons.
Wow.
But why do you think like this administration or like previous administrations like can't come to like a standstill or like an agreement on something like that?
Because there's a bunch of like Southern white men that disagree, and they want to be able to shill out for them because of populism, get their support.
Okay. That was pretty much it. I don't really agree with you on everything, but I definitely think you're extremely smart in what you do and say. So I just wanted to say that.
Well, I appreciate that. We're going to move on to the next guest right now. Hop in that queue if you support Trump. Yeah, it's like chilling for like populist support of like people that disagree, because a lot of people do, as well as like lobbyism. We need to ban lobbyism. Like, holy shit. Like, money should not be influencing the political takes of individuals. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, you MAGA?
So I'm actually kind of in between. I'm from Alabama.
Let me ask you this
And
question.
recently, okay, go ahead.
Overall, knowing everything that you do now, if you were teleported back to November of last year, would you still vote for Trump?
Yes, and let me explain why though.
Okay.
Okay, so in my personal opinion, I'm more of, I guess, in between than right or left. And I do think that Trump was the better choice between the two. And I kind of wanted to get on here to dive more into why I don't support Trump anymore.
Well, I mean, you're actually telling us that like you do, right? Because ultimately you wouldn't change anything.
Okay. Originally I did. This is what I mean. Like, I'm very much in the middle of.
Well, I'm just very confused. Like with conviction, let's get a straight answer here. Knowing everything that you do now, if you were teleported back to November 5th, would you still vote for Trump over Harris?
Yes.
Okay, then you do support him, right? You don't wish that the outcome of the election was different. You support him. Why?
Okay. Okay. So I don't really. I say yes to Trump because I don't have enough information to say yes to Kamala.
Oh, Kamala is how you pronounce your name. I think that I'm actually not going to debate you on the substance of that claim, but I want to reframe your perspective here. You shouldn't have a default option to vote for if you don't know anything about the other individual. In fact, not knowing anything about the other individual should be when you would hold a view of agnosticism towards both candidates and not.
Well, I actually didn't
one
vote.
over the other.
I actually did not vote. Now, I was pro-Trump. I will say that in my own personal opinion, I didn't voice this publicly, I guess. But in my own personal opinion, I was pro-Trump.
Okay.
Now,
so here's what I recommend to you, because ultimately, like, it sounds like, I asked you why you'd still vote for Trump. You said it's because you didn't know anything about Harris. So it looks like if we were to have a debate, it wouldn't really be about the efficacy of Trump's administration or the things that he's done that you think are good. I think what you more so need is just like more information about American politics, what his administration are doing and what Democrats stand for. And from that perspective, I just recommend you watch my lives. You keep up with like independent journalists and what's going on in America.
Well, I actually
use the next like year before the midterms to kind of better formulate your political beliefs. But I don't know if being on the live is like the best place for you, you know?
Well, wait, please, just before I go. So I was actually getting on here to answer the question, how do I still support Trump? Because I don't, and I just kind of wanted to get on here to get your views on what I think and where my opinion is, I guess.
Listen, I'll share one reason why you no longer support Trump, but then I'm going to move on to the next guest because this is not the topic of the live.
It's due to the Charlie Kirk situation.
What about it?
Okay, I guess this is my first question. Are you pro-Israel?
Wow. I already told you that you're digressing from the purpose of the live, right? When you asked me if you could share the reasons why I no longer support Trump, I said you could share one, but I don't think if I'm pro-Israel, pro-Palestinian, that's not going to be relevant to you sharing a reason why you still support or you don't support Trump. So last opportunity, man. If you want to share a reason, feel free. If you don't, I'm going to move on.
Well, it ties into the reason.
The answer would be no. I'm not pro-Israel, but I don't think it does. So I'm going to move on to the next guest. You have a good one. Let's go to get that next guest loaded into the box. Hop in that queue if you support Trump. We got Parm loading up. Hey, what's up? Do you support Trump?
Let me see your dick, nigga. Let me see your dick, nigga.
And we got them kicked very quickly. We're going to move on to the next guest right now. Everyone just do be patient. Go ahead and put a MAGA with your age or a Trump with your age down below in that chat if you would like to come up here and join and debate me. We're going to get that next guest, JB, loaded in right now. What's up, JB? You support Trump?
No, I just want to say I love you, bro.
Hey, man, I appreciate you for the love. Dude, I just saw a profile picture in the queue. Dude. Bro, where'd they go? Oh, it wasn't what I thought it was. It wasn't what I thought it was. It was something else. Okay. Ignore me. If you want to support me, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio, y'all. Get 100% of the proceeds over there. They go straight to me. As well as you could get a shout out. Like Terry, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Thank you for the love, Terry. Terry with the $20 says, keep up the good work and stay safe. Thank you. That is very kind of you, Terry. Thank you for the $20. As well as Diego with the $10 saying, my friend showed me to you and I appreciate what you do. And can you please say hi to Aaliyah? Hi, Aaliyah. Thank you for the love, Diego. Shout out to Diego and Aaliyah. Appreciate you guys. What's up? Do you support Trump?
What's up? I'm kind of in between. I've always been a swinging voter. I'm from Wisconsin, so I kind of differ usually. But I do kind of still support Trump. And if I had to go back and vote again, I think I would vote for him again.
Okay. So why do you still support him?
I don't agree with everything that he says, obviously, because I think he's extreme on very broad topics. But I think that, sorry, I'm freezing up right now. I did not expect to get accepted. But
you're good.
I think that if I had to vote again, that I would vote for Trump 10 times out of 10 because I just don't think I would pick Kamala over him since he was in presidency before. And it's just like a experience kind of thing for me.
So usually we'd argue here that you should want the more experienced person because they'll be better at the job, right?
Right.
So the implication here would be that Kamala Harris would be worse at being the president than Trump, right?
Correct.
How?
I just don't think that she really had the characteristics to be a good president.
Which ones did she lack that Trump has?
I think just control and obviously popularity. I think Trump has better ideas to kind of control America. Not control. What he's doing with Chicago, trying to kind of, sorry.
So you think that Kamala Harris was unqualified for the presidency because she didn't want to declare war on American citizens?
No. I just don't think that she had the same experience that Trump did since he was in office.
No, she actually had more. She had more experience in government than he did. She served in all three branches of government. When we look at the first branch, judicial, well, she served as a lawyer, then DA of San Francisco, then AG of the state of California. When we look at the legislative branch, she served as a senator for the state of California for a full term. And then when we look at the executive branch, she served as a vice president for 4 years. And also, I'd like to ask you another question. In 2028, do you think that J.D. Vance would make a good presidential candidate?
I don't think I'd vote for JD, to be honest.
Okay. Who do you think would? Who would you vote for? Who do you think is a Republican right now that'd make a good presidential candidate?
I mean, I don't really know many that would be like available to run, so I'd probably just go Democrat. But I mean, it really depends on who's running on both sides.
Okay, well, that evaluation is going to be made not based on like prior support, not based on prior experience as a president, because I don't think that we have any Republicans that would be running for president that would have prior experience as a president, unless Donald Trump were to violate the 22nd Amendment. Now, additionally, here you're saying like, oh well, his first term is just really meaningful. What is one good thing he did in his first term?
I'm not really that big into politics, so I can't really tell you.
Why was this like the clear, like definitive line between voting for Kamala Harris and him?
I mean, I just liked what he did his first term. I mean, I didn't really have any problems. My family was doing all right. So
you just told me that you didn't know anything that he's done his first term, but now you're telling me that you like what he did his first term. Which one is it? Do you not know what he did during his first administration because you haven't you weren't in politics at the time? Or do you know what he did during his first administration enough to know that you liked it?
Okay, so my thing is just economy. And I mean, back in 2018, before COVID, it was going pretty well. And then once COVID hit, obviously declined. But I just felt like that would come back again if he was in presidency a second time, because he was an entrepreneur before his presidency.
I actually want to wrap back around to one of the first things that you said. One of the first things that you said was knowing everything that you do now, going back in time, you'd still vote for him like 10 times out of 10. But the economy has been hurt a lot in the last 8 months. Our GDP went down the first quarter. The annualized rate of growth for the GDP is half of what it was last year under Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. Long-term unemployment is up. Inflation is up. Investment in American manufacturing is down. There's no economic variables that are doing good right now. In fact, every single one has gotten worse in the last 8.5 months. So why would you still vote for him with the same conviction?
I mean, I think that he has the skills to recover it. I'm just kind of waiting on him to do that.
He's been the one that has hurt it in the last 8 months. He single-handedly caused the GDP to go down in the first quarter by imposing tariffs on every other country in the world.
Yeah, I do think the tariffs were a dumb idea.
Right, and that just shows that maybe he's not too good at running the American economy, because that was economic policy that we've now both agreed was bad.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much all I got to say. I don't really know.
Okay, anything else you want to go over?
Not really. I just wanted to say I'm a fan. I'm a big fan of you. I think you're really smart. And, I mean, you've definitely changed my perspective on a lot of things, so.
Well, I hope I continue to change your perspective on other things. You have a good rest of your day, man. Keep on researching, my friend. Keep on researching. Okay, we're going to go ahead and get off here soon. Before we do, we'll probably do one more debate, and I want to thank a handful of people. Micah, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo, saying, as a Christian, I'd be interested in you arguing with MAGA Christians about why it is more important to support somebody that condemns trans individuals rather than supporting helping the poor. Well, I mean, sure, but that also would suggest a juxtaposition that being trans is wrong in the eyes of the Christian faith, when I think there's very reliable interpretations of Scripture to yield the differing conclusion that it's not wrong. As well as Aspen, thank you for the $10, saying, Dean, started watching you recently and wanted to thank you for the education your platform brings. Huge fan and huge supporter. Keep doing what you're doing, man. Thank you. It's very kind of you, Aspen. As well as Ellie, thank you for the $10, saying, if you want to ban lobbying, listen to this guy's book, former Speaker of the House. I learned a lot about Congress from it. You rock. I'll have to check it out, Ellie. Thank you. As well as Megan, thank you so much for the $25 over on Venmo. I am actually not going to read your message out loud, but thank you for the $25 nonetheless. As well as Amelia, thank you for the $15, saying thank you for your advocacy and courage during these difficult times. As a woman with a trans Arab immigrant wife, your work continues to give me the hope when our country feels increasingly unsafe. Well, thank you for being here, and I'm happy that the work we do here can help you feel some hope. Thank you so much, Amelia. As well as Kayla with the $10, saying that your debates get me through my shift. Fuck yeah, honestly, dude, I get it. Sometimes I'll be doing chores around the house and I'll have Parker's debates on, and it helps me get through it. As well as Roxanne, thank you for the $15 on PayPal. Amanda with the $15, thank you. Mike with the 5, and Grace with the 11, thank you. Then Natalie with the 10. Thank you guys so much for the love. Then, of course, James as well with the $10 over on Super Chat. That is very, very kind of you. Okay. All right, everyone. I was originally planning to end the live literally right now. But I'm guessing you guys would like to do, or would like to see, one more debate. So we will go ahead and do our last debate of the night here. Doing this for y'all. Let's go ahead and get them up in the live right now. We got Heather connecting. Hey, what's up, Heather? Do you support Trump?
Hi, I want you to debate my grandma.
Is she with you?
Yeah, she's downstairs.
Okay.
Grandma, can you pause the TV? Okay. I have Dean Withers on right now. I want you to debate him. Oh my god. Okay, here.
Hello, Grandma.
Hi.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm just doing great. How are you?
I'm doing just fine. Thank you.
Of course. So I'm hearing that you're a Trump supporter, and it looks like your granddaughter should join my live. And what we do here is I just debate Trump supporters.
Okay.
And she was like, I'd like you to debate my grandma. It sounds like she maybe, ran over to you and passed you the phone. Are you interested in having a conversation with me about American politics?
She she told me this a while back, and I got to watching you, and I see how you work and everything, and I do enjoy watching you. So, but yeah, this was kind of a surprise, but well, let's do it.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate you for being down for it, even though it was, a surprise. Go ahead and take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
Well, I support Donald Trump because he has a heart for America. He is what I call a true patriot. And I will always support anyone who is for America. And the division that's going on now is really sad for America. And all Trump is trying to do now is to bring it back to where we all are united.
Okay. So I'm actually going to try a new debate tactic on you. I don't have a name for it yet. I will probably inevitably coin it and have a name for this tactic that I'm going to employ here. So instead of, calling it by name, I'm just going to describe it to you. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to assume a couple foundational values that you just described of yourself to also be true for myself, just for our debate. Like, for instance, you told us that you will always support people that love America and are true patriots. So while we're having this debate, I'm also going to assume that value. And I'm going to say, from my perspective, I will also always support people that love America and are true patriots.
Mm-hmm.
So the reason why I still want to support Trump, even if I assume those values, is because I don't think he is a patriot. I think he is the furthest thing away from a patriot that we see in American politics today and have for a long time. Okay? And the reason why I say this is because patriots don't just support America, but they also support core American values. Do you agree?
I agree with that.
And a lot of core American values all link right back to our Constitution. Do you agree?
Mm-hmm. Yes, I agree.
And I think that... Go ahead.
I also believe that what the younger generations have been told, and from the fake news that is out there, which is all lies, and it can all be proven otherwise. Everything in his life. Now, I am 66 years old. I've been around when Trump and seen him. He has never been in any trouble. There's been why wasn't the girls that he supposedly had raped?
Hey, make sure to keep make sure if you say stuff like that, make sure you
I have to say things. Okay. I'm sorry.
TikTok doesn't moderate it.
I don't know, Okay. But if something indeed happened like that, to where everybody thinks that he's a rapist and a liar. I've never heard him lie about anything. I've never heard him lie about anything. Oh. All I believe is that you have heard is that he lies. And you took that and you ran with it.
Oh, I think that we're just going to go ahead and shift our conversation. See, I was, obviously originally going to have a conversation with you about how Donald Trump is the furthest thing away from a patriot because he doesn't support the Constitution. And in the last 200 days, he's infringed on the First Amendment, the Second Amendment. He's called for a termination of the 20th.
No, he has not. He has not.
Yeah,
how did he infringe on the First Amendment?
For sure.
Tell me that. Yeah. Come on, bring it on.
Yesterday, he said media organizations don't have the legal right to criticize him.
And he said this where?
On Air Force One. He told a journalist that he wants to take away the licenses of media organizations.
He would like to, because they have lied. Do you realize that? Do you know who owns the media and 96% of the media? Do you know who owned it?
Don't say
George Soros.
Okay.
Obama's and the Clintons.
Okay. All right.
And you know that in 2014, Obama signed the Mockingbird law to where the news media won't be liable if they lie to the public. And that's all they've done to you is lie to the public. Everything that is going on that I see good with Trump, they twist it and turn it into something where he's a dictator.
Can you give me an example?
Well, there's so many examples.
Here's one.
Okay, so like when when he's trying to clean up the cities, like we want. Okay. He's trying to clean up the cities. The media is trying to act like, oh, they're bleeding hearts. And we care so much about the homeless and we care about people. And the Democrats are just putting on a front.
Well, I'll tell you why. It's because point number one, we know Trump doesn't care about violent crime. He pardoned violent criminals that tried to kill cops on January 6th, like DJ Rodriguez, then labeled them patriots.
Who? No, that's a lie.
His name's DJ
There was
Rodriguez.
no cops killed that day.
I said tried to kill cops.
There was no cops.
I said try to kill
cops. A cop died the day after, and he died of a heart attack, and he was a mega.
DJ Rodriguez took a stun gun and drove it into the neck of Officer Fanone on the steps of the Capitol on January 6th. Officer Fanone then suffered a heart attack because of that. DJ Rodriguez then pled guilty to this to the FBI and got sentenced to 12 years in jail, 4 years into his term. First day of Trump's second term, Donald Trump turned around, gave him a full and complete presidential pardon, and labeled him as patriot. Obviously,
and
Donald Trump does not care about violent crime if he's letting violent criminals out of jail.
And then we have people that say they're patriots, which you say you're a patriot, so I'm trying to respect that.
What does this have to do with my argument that he doesn't care about violent crime because he is now letting violent criminals out of jail?
Because he does. And for one thing, he's your president right now.
He is my
Give
president.
him a little respect. You know, if people would come together with a little respect and stop treating each other like we're some cult and like we're some disease, when actually you guys are the minority here. He's our president. We voted him in.
Okay. I don't owe anyone my respect. Respect, especially from an individual in a position of power.
He's a president. You do have to give him respect.
Respect for a president is definitely not owed. In fact, it is.
That's the difference between us.
I will tell you why. We should never by default. Okay. And how many times were you saying that Biden had dementia? How many times were you saying that Kamala Harris was cackling?
You know what?
How many times did you say that Obama was born in Kenya? How many times did you say that Clinton was the worst thing ever? How many times did you say that Al Gore was the worst thing since the Revolutionary War and he was just a tree-hugging liberal hippie? Come on.
And I'll be honest, I never have. And I don't like people talking about Biden. He's sick. He's very sick right now, and he was sick through his whole presidency.
Now let me go ahead and
I felt bad for him. So don't put me on the level don't ever bring me down to the level where people need to hate each other because of my thoughts.
Wait, so we shouldn't hate each other?
You said what my thoughts were. I'm sorry. You might get told what your thoughts are.
I have a question. If somebody doesn't respect you, do you owe them respect by default back?
I really don't care.
Answer my question.
Honestly, I don't care. I'll still give them respect.
But do you?
Because I'm a decent person.
Would you condemn those that would say otherwise? So, like, for instance, if somebody literally says that they hate me, would I be wrong if I were to just simply not give them my respect?
Not at all. If someone hated you, I wouldn't like them very much. I don't like people who hate.
Really? Let's go ahead and listen to this clip together.
I want to thank Republican congressmen and women because what they did is incredible last night. And the Senate, the Republican Senate, we got, not with all of the things we did with the tax cuts and rebuilding our military, not one Democrat voted for us. And I think we use it in the campaign that's coming up, the midterms, because we got to beat them. But all of the things that we've given, and they wouldn't vote only because they hate Trump. But I hate them too, you know that? So it's sort of, I really do, I hate them. I cannot stand them because I really believe they hate our country.
You just said it. You said, should I give somebody respect who hates me?
And
you just said it.
And you said no.
And I said no. I don't think he needs to give respect to those who really show hate to him.
Well, what you're saying is that I don't need to give respect to him either.
No, I didn't say that at all.
Yeah, you did. You
I
said you need
say
to
as
respect him
a
because he's your
president,
president.
as a civilization that has been, that's kind of a broad term these days after the last 4 years with Biden's administration. That's kind of a broad term. I think, but as a whole, he's your president.
Listen,
and you need to have that kind of respect.
Listen, I'll be
I've
honest.
seen your respect you have, and I appreciate that. And I tell you what, you wasn't treated very good at all for showing emotion. Can't you show emotion? Can't you?
Don't. I'm not even gonna. I'm not gonna have that one with you.
You're not allowed to show emotion.
I think that.
Why?
I think that you are probably
Because you're
the
a
last-
crying liberal?
I think that you are probably the last individual on the face of planet Earth that I'd be willing to have that conversation with. Now to get back to Trump.
bet.
Now to get back.
I bet.
Now to get back to Trump once again.
Okay.
I want to be clear here. So you told me that I need to respect.
I
him
give
because
you
he's
props for that.
Now to get back to Trump, I want to be clear here. You told me that I have to respect him because he's the president, and the office of the presidency is warranting of respect. So I want to be clear when I say this.
Sure.
I do respect the office of the presidency of the United States
Sure.
of America. And in fact, it is because I have so much respect for the office of the presidency that I dislike and disdain Trump so much because of the grave tarnish that he is placing on it. The president is somebody who should be a public servant for the people that plays by the rules. Donald Trump, on the other hand, wants to be an all-powerful leader who's not for the people, but rather for himself, that sets the rules. If him getting Jimmy Kimmel canceled off of air because Jimmy Kimmel said something
I see
that
how
he didn't,
blind you are.
I'd really appreciate it if you could allow me to finish speaking.
Okay.
If him getting Jimmy Kimmel kicked off air because Jimmy Kimmel said something he didn't like proves it, I don't know what will. Okay? If him signing the big beautiful bill into law that is now reducing the purchasing power of half of Americans didn't prove it, I don't know what will. If him turning around and pardoning 72 violent offenders that beat up and tried to kill cops on January 6th didn't prove it, I don't know what will. If him sitting on national television slandering the woman he raped and saying she deserves to be thrown in jail didn't prove it, I don't know what will. Okay?
Well,
if
let
him
me ask you
infringing
this.
upon our Constitution by attempting to ban birthright citizenship for the children of undocumented immigrants by passing Executive Order number 14160 that it is explicitly unconstitutional because that right is guaranteed to them, doesn't prove it, I don't know what will.
Yeah. You twisted everything. Trump never did anything. He has a whole bunch of attorneys that are just constitutional attorneys because he wants to do things right.
Okay.
And he's been marred.
So then tell me why he tried to ban birthright citizenship for the children of undocumented immigrants. That is explicitly
He
unconstitutional.
wanted to get people out of here. People were coming to our country and we were paying billions of dollars for them. And a lot of them are running around hotels, messing up hotels. New Yorkers will tell you. People will tell you if they would speak out and not be afraid.
How many billions of dollars?
Well, over 60 billion in 1 year.
Really? Because they pay $100 billion in taxes per year. You just told us that undocumented immigrants give us a total of $40 billion per year.
I don't care. For him he wanted to make sure that America was safe enough where people weren't coming over here and just having babies and being an anchor for them to live here.
Wait. If you wouldn't care about our country making $40 billion, then why would you care about our country losing 60?
Do you know how much he made in tariffs?
The
in
money
one
that
weekend?
was disproportionately paid for by low-income Americans and that he blew times 10 on the most expensive bill in American history?
No, the money that he's getting from other countries that Joe Biden had tariffs on us also, but he wouldn't implement them. He wouldn't make the other countries pay.
Okay, how much did he make off of the
Biden
tariff?
and Trump is, and that makes him a dictator
How much?
too. I'm just sick of the rhetoric.
Actually, fun fact here. So a dictator would be somebody that wants to consolidate power to themselves, taking it out of other vested interests. In America,
He doesn't want it for himself.
One moment, that would be the Constitution or Congress. We had a federal appeals court rule not even a month ago that yes, the tariffs that Donald Trump imposed were in violation of the American Constitution, as that power was vested in Congress and close to 500 people. Not him. So in fact, Donald Trump imposing those tariffs was circumventing power vested in the Constitution, delegated to Congress.
How'd that go? Because all it did was bring money to Americans to where we're not going to have to pay taxes.
How much money?
As time goes on.
How much money?
Well, for one thing, he brought in $500 billion one weekend from the Japanese as a one-time payment.
For investment in American industries?
I don't know. It's from the Japanese. Do we get stuff from American industries from Japanese?
Yeah,
no.
we get
it from Japan. That's why they need to pay us tariffs.
All this money was supposedly like an investment in American industries. Did you know that investment in American industries has actually been going down?
Hey, I know that things have been going up. I don't care what kind of rhetoric you want to put on.
Look at this
things
graph.
are going up.
So what
looks up to me.
So this graph is.
Whoa! A little curve, a little whoop.
So
I'm not worried about that.
This is tracking.
I lost 300,000 the first 60 days of Biden's term.
So this investment.
So you're not telling me nothing.
This investment is tracking the little curve that you just talked about. This is tracking investment in American industries. You'll see under the.
And this is 2024. Let's get real. Let's see what it's doing today.
So today, the most recent point on the graph that you see there at the end would be the second quarter of 2025, which you see is actually down from the last quarter.
I see no 2025 on my screen. I see 2024.
Dude, 2024 is the line.
Dude, I'm a female. I'm grandma. No dudin'.
I apologize, Grandma.
You're cute, but no dudes.
Okay, so it's wrong to misgender people? Thank you. Okay, anyways.
Excuse me. Gender is not a who you are.
401k sure went up because of the tariffs.
Yeah, yay. But gender is not. Gender's made up in your own mind. Gender is mythical.
Gender is a.
And I'm sorry if people feel that way.
You just said that gender's made up in your own mind. Actually, yeah.
You're either male or female.
Wait. Gender is.
I can't be a male.
Wait. 1 second. Gender is made up in minds, as it is an immaterial social construct. That was very progressive of you.
Well, okay. Yeah. Thank you. I have my moments.
Go ahead.
But I'm not here to talk about genders or anything. Singly, I love everybody. I don't have a problem with anybody. I just don't like being called names because I'm mega, because I do have respect for my president. And there's no need for that. And what do you guys get out of it? You just look like mean dividers is what you look like.
Oh, but then Donald Trump is a respectable patriot when he has a snarky nickname for every Democrat in Congress, right?
They're scum. Some of them are scum, and you know it.
You just said that you don't like being called names because you're MAGA, but then like 3 seconds after, you then turn around and call all Democrats scum.
You're talking about Donald Trump. You're not talking me.
Which one is it here? No, you
I've
said
been called every name.
You said they're scum. So why is it wrong to like berate somebody for being MAGA, but then in the same breath you get to call all Democrats scum?
Yeah, they are. A lot of them are.
Okay,
they have done nothing but destroy this country, and look how you guys act.
Democrats have done nothing but destroy this country. Okay, name one bad bill that the Biden-Harris administration passed that destroyed this country. One.
One, they were acting like some bill like Donald Trump had his hand in it, and it was for border control, but it wasn't for our borders. And you people don't get that, do you?
Name
that was
one,
60.
You're not even answering my question.
$60 million.
So the question that I asked, the question that I asked was, what is one bill they passed that was bad for America?
Well, for one thing, they want to censor our speech and make us say genders for people, or it's going to be, and that's taken away from my Constitution.
Wait. Did the Biden-Harris administration ever threaten to revoke the license of Fox News for saying that gender identity of trans individuals is invalid? No.
I don't know.
Wait, what did Donald Trump do yesterday? Once again, he's threatened to suspend and revoke the licenses of all media organizations that merely criticize him. So I think it is incredibly funny for you to sit here and suggest that the left wants to censor your speech, right, about gender. Meanwhile, your president, Mr. Trump, the patriot he is actively threatening to revoke the license of any media organization that does as much as speaks negatively upon him. Okay, this is what I call, and any reasonable person should call, a hypocritical double standard. And it doesn't matter how many ways I try to address this to you, to speak it to make it clear, you will never see it, even though the point is right in front of you. You are a member of a cult every single day.
He was making a point. He can't wave a wand and take away licenses and stuff. He was saying, I wish they would. And I do too. I'm tired of people getting lies.
Really? So I just want to make it clear that left is trying to censor your speech when they ask you to respect the gender identity of trans individuals. But when Donald Trump threatens to revoke the permits of media organizations that speak negatively upon him, he's not trying to censor your speech, but is rather merely making a point? Wait, which one is it? Are we making points here, or are we censoring speech? Because you
he
can't have
uses
two different
sarcasm a lot, can't you? Can you handle sarcasm?
So
you people can't. You crying liberals. You can't handle sarcasm or the truth.
Well, actually, you can't handle the truth because you assume anything that is the truth about Trump that is wrong is not true, but is rather sarcasm. You are denying the truth and basically calling it a joke or sarcastic just because you can't cope with the fact that your patriot president is seemingly contradicting the values that you think you hold to be clear, such as upholding the First Amendment, freedom of speech, and expression in media.
So tell me, how do you feel about everything that's going on? What do you feel when someone tells you the truth and the media has been lying to you and you are brainwashed? How does that make you feel? Because I don't like to be telling people that. It's kind of a warning to people. But this is what's going on. How do you feel when people tell you that? Do you ever get alone and think, wow, am I wrong?
Specifically, what have I been brainwashed?
I've done that.
Very specifically, what have I been brainwashed into thinking?
You've been brainwashed, for one, into thinking that Donald Trump is the monster of all scums.
Well, I mean, I typically...
And he's not.
Okay, really?
Look at his children.
Okay.
Look at his children.
Okay.
Look at...
I'm going to go to put
the only other
screen.
person... Sure.
The
only other...
I want you to read this, okay? I want you to read this. Let me go ahead and downsize it a little bit for you. I'm just going to go ahead and down, because you said that I've been brainwashed into thinking that Donald Trump is a monster. I'm actually going to go ahead and read this off for you. So this is a letter that Donald Trump had sent to Jeffrey Epstein in 2004.
Right.
So it says, voiceover, there must be more to life than having everything. Donald says, yes, there is, but I won't tell you what it is. Jeffrey says, nor will I, since I also know what it is. Donald says, we have certain things in common, Jeffrey. Jeffrey says, yes, we do, come to think of it. Donald says, enigmas never age. Have you noticed that? Jeffrey says, as a matter of fact, it was clear to me the last time I saw you. Donald says, a pal's a wonderful thing. Happy birthday, and may every new day be another wonderful secret. And this is something that the best thing of one of the most prolific notorious child sex traffickers had sent to said child sex trafficker, outlined by the depiction of a picture of the naked body of either a woman or girl. And you're telling me this guy's not a monster?
No, he's not a monster. That's not... That has been in the Democrats' hands for the last 4 years. Why didn't they allow the Epstein files to be opened then?
Actually, no.
Why are they keeping it hush?
Actually, no. This was just submitted by Epstein's estate to Congress last month. This isn't something that they've always had.
Because Trump's been asking for everything. wants everything out there. I don't think he's a child molester. I see
he wants everything
all
out there?
12
Wait.
victims.
He told you to stop supporting him if you want the Epstein files released. He doesn't want everything out there. He told you to stop supporting him.
Who told you that? What CNN reporter told you that?
No CNN reporter's own tweets on Truth Social. He went on Truth Social and he said, "Oh, why is everyone still talking about the fake news Democrat hoax Epstein files? Dude, we just need to let it rest. We need to forget about this Jeffrey Epstein guy. Never knew him and never will." He did. He told us.
Were you watching the night that all the victims were together and they said they're going to make their own list?
Oh yeah,
were you around? Did you see that?
Yeah, I did see that. The same night. One moment. The same night where Thomas Massey and Representative Ro Khanna were in Congress trying to actively get votes for the full release of the Epstein files. Then Trump's White House said, if you vote for the full release of the Epstein files, you are acting in defiance of the administration. Yes, I do remember that day, ma'am.
Yeah, I do too. And they said Trump was never on that island.
No,
and they did.
Play the clip.
And just like the January 6th, go back to Nancy Pelosi. She blew it. Her daughter was making a documentary of everything that night, and Nancy blew it. Nancy did not call any. It's been blown out.
It was Nancy Pelosi.
Was a farce.
Wait, I just have a question. So it was Nancy Pelosi. She was the one that had the power to deploy the National Guard, not Trump.
Oh yeah, don't you know how it works in Washington D.C.? I'll learn you.
Okay, so then when Donald Trump deployed the National Guard in Washington D.C., he was defined power vested in the Speaker of the House.
Why are you trying to twist it?
I'm just simply showing you because you just told us that the president didn't have.
I was talking.
You're telling us
a whole different.
You're telling us that.
There is. Her name is Baum or something like that. You look it up.
Yeah, you're right.
There is a mayor.
I'm wrong. Go ahead.
Yeah, you know I'm right.
Yeah, you finally schooled me. Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
And that's how it works. He kept sending letters asking for the National Guard at that time, back in 2020. He was asking for and they kept saying no. And the reason was because they were plotting this demise to make Trump look bad, just like COVID. You know, COVID has been blown sky high, and in the mainstream media that you listen to,
how old are you?
90s, 66.
Okay, go ahead.
Is by Obama. He had paid the Wuhan Labs.
Do you know what the mortality rate of COVID is for individuals in your age bracket?
I don't care.
5%.
I'm covered. I don't
5%.
fear man or what he's doing.
5%. If you got COVID, there's a 5% chance of you dying.
Okay. I'm 66. In 4 years, I'll be 70. There's a big chance of me dying.
Do you know like 20 people that are the same age as you?
No, not at all.
Okay, imagine that
I'm the eldest.
Imagine that you knew like 20 people that were around the same age as you. If you all got COVID, one of your friends would die.
Okay.
So is that not a big deal?
Why did they unleash it on us, huh? Why did the Democrats unleash it? No, I'm telling you something. I'm telling you more truth here.
Wait, who was president when COVID started in America?
Like you just found out with a mayor.
Who was president when COVID started in America?
Yeah.
Who was president?
No, it didn't start in America. America wouldn't allow.
In America, who was president? Trump.
No.
Yes.
Yeah, it was made. Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. She was talking to me. You're not hearing me when I'm not trying to talk over you. Sorry. Yeah, Trump was the president.
Trump did COVID.
6 weeks before COVID came out, Fauci, and you can look it up on the internet for the video. He's saying we have a surprise for Trump. It was COVID. They had paid. Obama paid 70.
Wait. So Dr. Fauci just blew the conspiracy theory on live TV. You're telling me that Obama, that Clinton, that Fauci, they're all working in cahoots. They're all working in cahoots with the devil to unleash this super virus that would inevitably kill millions of people. And you're telling me that Dr. Fauci just dropped the ball and let it loose on live TV because
they don't care how many. They didn't care how many people died. Just as long as Donald Trump was bad.
But if it was seriously some massive conspiracy, right? That they manufactured, that they planned, that they were in head of. Why would they go on live TV and say that this is going to happen? fuck? She's crazy. She's full QAnon. That is the craziest guess I've had in my life, with maybe a handful of exceptions. Gare Bear, I appreciate you for the Dancy Bears. I appreciate that. That's very kind of you, Gare Bear. Thank you so much, Gare Bear. Actually, you know what? The more I think about it, she might have been the craziest guess ever. Because when I'm like thinking here, like maybe like what are some guests that are like crazier than her? I'm like the first thing that comes to mind are like the guests that will like listen to the clip of like Donald Trump like hitting, like saying that he like would sexually perv on like naked girls and defend it. Like that's like the one thing I could think of that is like a crazier than maybe some of the things that she said. But based on what she said, I think if I were to have played her that clip, she would have defended it. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think that's the craziest guess I've ever had in my life. I've been doing this for over 2 years. I've been doing this for over 2 years. And she just took it all. Craziest guess ever. Oh, wow. Ah, shit, guys. How are y'all feeling after that? People in the chat are saying that she won, bro. Stop the troll. Stop the troll. Stop the troll, dude. One more. Unfortunately, I gotta get off. I gotta go cook me and my girlfriend some dinner. I do want to go ahead and thank a handful of people. Real quick. Let me go ahead and thank a handful of people. That was fucking crazy. Emily, thank you for the $10 on Super Chat. Say now it's kind of sad. Yeah, that shit is sad, man. Very sad. As well as James, thank you so much for the $50 over on Super Chat. I'm not sure I understand your message, but thank you so much for the love. Thank you so much. Show some love to James down below for the $50 on Super Chat, as well as Chaos with the $20 on Super Chat, saying that you have the patience of a saint. Yeah, I think that ultimately she did test it. She did test my patience a lot. As well as Cade, thank you for the $20 on PayPal, saying I was a nurse during the pandemic. It wasn't some political hoax. She was at risk and probably unvaxxed. Yeah, that's what I said. She had a 5% chance of dying if she got it. She had 20 friends that were her same age. One of them would have died if they all got it. As well as Odine, thank you so much for the $30 over on PayPal. That is ONDINE. Thank you so much for the love, as well as Ashley with the $20 over on PayPal. Show some love to Ashley. She says, Dean, this woman is a poster child for MAGA, seriously and well and honestly scary. Yeah, I feel like she was like the Trump supporter. She was like the cultist Trump supporter. When you think of a cult member, when you think of a MAGA cult member, you think of her. As well as Patricia, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal, saying I've not contributed for a while, but I think you may need therapy after this, guess. I know that I do. Thank you for the love. As well as Christina with the $10, saying, with the $10, thank you so much for the love. And Christine, I'm pretty sure your question there, it's just the name of a gift. As well as Timothy with the $5. Thank you so much, Timothy. Lauren with the $5. And Lydia, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo for the grandma and the pastor. Thank you for the love, Lydia. And then Stephanie with the $25, saying, watching now, and it is encouraging to hear so many Republican men tell you that they admire you and are grateful. Thanks for today's hope. Yeah, hopefully that means that inevitably, they change their minds in the future. You know what I mean? But hey, Jess, I appreciate you for the $10 over on Venmo. And I read your message there. That is so very, very kind of you. Oh shit. As well as Chloe with the $10 on Super Chat, saying, obviously crazy lady, but I live in the South. That's how they think. Welcome to the alt-right rhetoric. Thank you for all that you do for real. No, you have a good point, Chloe. I've also interpersonally in my own life met a lot of Trump supporters that think the same way that she does. Most of them just don't come on these streams. As well as Camp with the $10 saying giving internet to these people is one of society's biggest mistakes. Dude, it just grew and rampantly spread. Such crazy conspiracy theories. Then Insta with the $10 saying that she won, bro, wrap it up, rest off the troll. And then KM with the $20 on Super Chat, didn't leave a message, only love. Thank you, KM. I really appreciate everyone so much for the love. And by the way, everyone that is spamming she won in the TikTok live stream comment section, they're trolling. They're trolling. Just don't even give them attention. They're like actually trolling. They're actually rage baiting. Now I'm gonna go ahead and get off for the night. What the fuck? Dean, Trump just said that Pentagon reporters can't not report stuff until it's government what? Until it's government authorized? Government authorized news? Oh, you might see a video from me later tonight on that. I'm gonna go look into that. Holy fuck. Okay. Trump's killing me. Trump is killing me. He's killing this country. Okay. All right. I feel bad for that last lady's granddaughter, by the way. You're probably going to see that VOD over on YouTube here pretty soon. One more person to thank before I get off here for the night. Barbara, thank you so much for the $50 donation on PayPal. Show some love to Barbara down below the $50. Barbara says, from a not crazy 76-year-old grandma. Barbara, we love you. Thank you for reminding us we can be old and reasonable. An icon. Okay, I'm going to go to get off for the night. See you guys on live tomorrow. Peace and love. By the way, if you haven't hit that follow button yet, make sure to do it now. If today was your first day in the stream, we do debates like this 7 days a week. So hit that follow button. Appreciate you guys so much for all of the love. And I cannot wait to see you again tomorrow. Peace and love, guys. Bye-bye.